Wait, so did he go down to Snyder's house?
All right. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. So, welcome to Steam Week. Before we start the talk this Wednesday during ACT, there's going to be a LinkedIn workshop if you want to sign up for. We'd love to see you there. So our speaker today, this is Frans. He is responsible for the multimedia components of Zenith's chips, camera, display interface, and video processing. He manages the microcontroller technology, security, and deep learning Snyder. He's from the Netherlands. He moved here 25 years ago. He's had 5 kids, and all of which either have or will go to Los Angeles and Mountain View. Give it up for Frans!
Thanks, Cameron. Cameron is a cute microbiologist, so I'm very honored to be introduced by her. I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence and self-driving cars. Usually this is like 4 years for the artificial intelligence at university and 4 years for self-driving cars. So it's about half an hour, 8 years of university, so pay attention. It's going to go very fast. Don't look at your telephone. My son told me everybody's going to look at their telephone, so don't do that. You'll miss everything. So I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am, then I talk about artificial intelligence, then how that is used for driving a car, and then some final thoughts here. So myself, I'm coming from the Netherlands, as Cameron said. I've been here for 25 years. I studied, got my Master of Science in 1985, so almost 40 years ago. Worked in Eindhoven in a research lab and then moved to California and worked in the Silicon Valley at NVIDIA. I'm now a VP in NVIDIA. And one of the things that they asked us to do is talk about, you know, how did you get here, right? So I thought, okay, what are the things that really helped me to get where I am, right? I think I did well for my standards, right? I did the things that I wanted to do. And first thing I thought, something that's in myself is like I was curious. I was thinking about how do things work, right? So now computers, of course, have become normal. You guys see them all the time. But when I started computer science, computers were completely new. We had one computer at our university. There was a big building in which that computer was located, and you were not really allowed to be there. You could walk around. There was a hallway around, and the computer was in the middle. And that was as many computers as we have. And that computer was less powerful than a cell phone today. So it was completely new, and I was very curious, right? So I was passionate about it, to learn about it, and that's kind of one of the qualities I think that will help you be successful. Then, what do I learn at school? Actually, the most important thing I learned at school was how to learn, right? Because the technology changed so much in the last 40 years, right? If I only knew what I knew from what I learned at school, it would be nothing. It would be completely out of date. So the most important thing is I knew how to learn, and I've been always learning, and that's, if you go into some technology direction, that's extremely important. You'll always be doing new things. There's always something different, and that ability to learn and to absorb new information, that is a key thing. And that's the most important thing I think I learned at school. Then my favorite subject was math. Of course, we didn't have computer science at high school, right? But we had math. And I always loved to be puzzling on math problems and trying to figure out how it worked, right? Even if it looked very difficult, I was fascinated by how do you do this, right? Why can I not get this stupid proof to work, right? And then I just keep trying until I finally had it. So that problem-solving skills and the logic was important. And then, funny enough, there's also things that have nothing to do with academics that kind of helped me to get where I am, right? Soccer. working in a team, right? If you work in technology in a big company like NVIDIA, you never work alone. There's big teams. And you need to work with other people. And everybody has their own qualities, and you use that, and that level of teamwork is very important. Then running, perseverance, right? So you get tired when you run, right? You get very tired, you want to stop. Right, it's like your whole body tells you to stop, right? It's sometimes like that in technology as well, right? You're trying to solve a problem and your head hurts, right? You go like, man, how am I ever going to figure this one out, right? It just doesn't work, it cannot work, right? But you keep trying until you have it, right? So that's something I got from running. So all these things are, if I think about myself, and it's personal to everybody has maybe different things, but those are things that help me through my career. And as Cameron says, I have 5 kids that went to how important is this input, and then adds them all up, and that goes to the output. Except if the output is lower than 0, right, then we say it basically becomes 0, right? We never do a negative output. That is important, but for now you can forget about it. It's just adding up those inputs. Now let me give a simple example what a neuron could be doing, right? It's a very simple neuron, only 2 inputs, and this neuron is basically determining, I picked up a cup that is very hot. Should I drop that cup or not? Right, that's like the question. And there's 2 things that matter here. How hot is that cup, right? And will the cup break, right? Those are the 2 things that I care for, right? And so I give that a weight, right? I give a weight 2 and -1, right? And I get an output from 1 to 10, how hot is the cup, or from 0 to 10 I should say, and from 0 to 10 will the cup break, and then I get an output from 0 to 20, should I drop it or not, right? So that's easy to understand. Now, here the cup is extremely hot, it's a 10 out of 10, as hot as it can be, and the cup will definitely not break, right? 0 out of 10 that will break. So what do I get? 20 out of 20 just drop that cup, right? It's like, why would I not drop it, right? I don't want to burn my hand, obviously, right? So I just drop it. This is the exact opposite. The cup is maybe a little bit hot, but really 0 out of 10, it doesn't even hurt me, right? And it's some very fragile china, it will definitely break, right? So that I multiply my -1 here to here, gets -10, right? I don't do -10, but don't do minus numbers, negative numbers, so I make it a 0. So 0 out of 20 that I should drop the cup, right? I'm not going to drop that cup. And then of course you have the cases in the middle, right? Cup is pretty hot, right? It's a 7 out of 10, it hurts my hand, right? But it almost certainly will break if I drop it, right? So 6 out of 20 I will drop the cup, right? So that's, you don't know, right? So maybe, maybe not. Well, that's other things that we'll talk about later, right? But how you make the decision. But so what you can see here is that even a single neuron can be pretty smart, right? It's actually making decisions, right? It's making decisions. It has even some kind of finesse in it, right? 6 out of 20, right? So it's not even 0 or 1. It makes it a good decision. And you can see that the weights matter, right? So the negative weights basically say if this is true, then the output should be low, right? So yeah, you don't want to break your cup, right? So it's a negative number. If this were a positive number, then it would mean you just drop it all the time, right? You drop your cup all the time. That's not what you want to do. So it's a negative number. On the other hand, this has absolute value of 2, this has the absolute value of 1. So it's better to break your cup than to burn your hand, right? Also makes sense, right? So that's how it works. And you can see the weights is what makes those neurons smart. Right, now this is just a single neuron. Of course you have a lot more than one neuron in your brain, right? You have a lot. And you know, for example, how do you know the cup is hot, right? Well, it travels from your hand to your head via neurons, right? The neurons in your hand actually discover the cup is hot, go to your head, right? And there you decide, oh my God, it's hot, and now will I drop it or not, right? And once you decide to drop it, it goes back to your hand via the neurons, right, telling you how to drop the cup. So it's a difficult, it's a big process. And there's also other things, right? What is in the cup, right? If it's water, I go, oh, that won't create a big mess. But if it's coffee, maybe it will create a lot of mess, right? So all of these things in your head go on at the same time, and you make a decision. And you need a lot of neurons to make those decisions, right? So in our head, right, first of all, this is the visual system. I'll talk a lot about visual system. So, and by the way, I know that it's a little bit blurry, those names. This will not be on the finals, all the rest will be on the finals. But, so, go too far ahead. Sorry. There we go. So you start with your eyes. In your eyes you have what is called rods and cones, right? Light comes into your eyes, and this is very special cells, those rods and cones. They take in the light and they create electrical signals. Those electrical signals then go to your neurons and go into your brain, into the visual system, right? The total size of your brain, you have 100 billion neurons and 100 trillion connections, weights basically, right? So 10 to the 14 weights in your brain. That's an enormous amount. It's hard to even grasp. And you remember how much mass a single neuron can do. So if you're bad at math, you have to get those neurons to work, right? So that will help. Now, how is this in an artificial network? Well, computers don't have eyes, right? We can put a camera there. And a camera basically also takes in light. It divides a picture in like a grid of what is called pixels, very small pieces of light, and it gathers that light, turns the light into electrical signals, just like those rods and cones in your eyes do. And then those electrical signals get translated to numbers, because numbers is what computers can understand, right? So it becomes a number again. Also these neural networks, right, with all these neurons in it, they have many neurons, they have 100 million weights, right, which is very impressive, but if you remember, your brain has 100 trillion, that's 1,000,000 times more brain cells in your head than even in very advanced artificial neural networks, right, so it's like, just to understand how capable our brains are. But this is how a neural network works, right? So it's just basically a bunch of those neurons that all have those weights in them, right? You take the inputs, multiply them, and add them up and send it out to the next neuron. That's how a neural network works. Now, artificial intelligence. Now you may ask yourself, that was a nice story, right? You talk about brains, neurons, but in the end it's just a bunch of multiplies and additions. We already know that computers can do a lot of multiplies and additions. So what's the real story, right? It was a nice story about brains, but really it's just multiplying and additions, nothing new. And you would be right. That part is actually not that different from any other computer program. So what is different? Traditionally, we program computers by algorithms, right? We basically here I have a typical problem that if you do a computer science class you would be doing. You find the problem would be find a minimum of a list of numbers, right? And you get this list 7, 5 to 3, right? And you start 4, 8, no, it's not smaller, 7 is not smaller, so I just keep remembering 4 until I hit 2 and say, oh, 2 is smaller than 4. So now I take 2 as my minimum, and then I look 3, no, that's bigger, so my output is 2. That's an algorithm, right? So you inspect the numbers from left to right, and when you find one that is smaller, then you remember it, right? And for people who know computer science, this will be easy for them, but it's exactly that same algorithm just translated to something like C++ or Python, whatever it is, right? It's just the same thing. You have an algorithm that you follow, right? Simple. Anybody that does computer science and has been doing it for more than a year or for a year or so, they can solve this problem, right? So now look at this problem. And this is typically what you will see if you go into a website, right? You want to buy a ticket for Taylor Swift, right? And the computer wants to make sure that you are a human and not a computer. Now there's something that is called Turing test. It's already very old, invented by one of the early computer scientists, Alan Turing, and he had what he called imitation game. Basically, it's a game for three players. One is a computer and 2 are people, and they are sitting in different rooms. One person is asking questions, and the computer and the person are answering. And in the end, the person that asked the questions has to decide who was the real computer and who was the real person, right? So he has to make that decision. They have to make the decision. If the guess is wrong, then the computer wins, right? Otherwise, the person wins, right? And that is now CAPTCHA. That's like what it says. It's a completely automated public Turing test for to set computers and humans apart. That's what it is, right? So that's already started in 1950. And you typically get something like this. You get an image and say, hey, which of these images is like this other one, right? And I have been doing computer science for 40 years. I would have no idea how to write an algorithm for this. I wouldn't even know where to start, right? It's just too difficult to figure out how to solve this. And that's why they do this test, right? Because they know it's too difficult for a computer to figure out, right? That's why this test asks you to, what is a cat, what is a dog, right? And computer has no idea because nobody can write an algorithm for that. So now this is where neural networks, artificial intelligence is different from regular computer science. As we saw before, in the neural networks, the weights actually determine what the neural network is doing. Right? So you have to set all the weights. Now, if you have to set the weights by some kind of algorithm, you're lost. Right? So that doesn't work. But the beauty of this is that there is a way in which you can present the computer with examples, right? You give it pictures like this, and every time that you give it a new picture, it may be right, it may be wrong, right, or maybe partly right. In my previous slide it said 65% cat, right, so it was 65% right, 35% wrong, but for whatever way you are wrong, you change those weights a very little bit. Just a tiny bit, right? So the next time if you get that same picture, it would be not 65%, but it would be 66% right. And that is all automated. So you just, what you're doing is you are presenting to the neural network millions of these cats and dog pictures until the weights are so good that it always has it right. And that's how you do it. So you don't have to write an algorithm. So what you have to do is you just create all these examples with cats and dog pictures. You tell the computer what it is, right? And after seeing millions of pictures, it will have learned it, right? Which is probably similar to what we in our head do, right? We first, when we're babies and we see our first cat, maybe we don't know it's a cat or a dog, right? We don't even know how to say cat or dog. But by the time we are toddlers, we already know what cats and dogs are. Right? So that's how neural networks also work. Now we come to the driving part, right? So how does a car drive itself? Well, it basically does things like that. It has let's first of all, lots of you maybe are already starting driving lessons, right? You know what you have to do is actually, if you think about it, it's very simple, right? You just press the gas pedal or you press the brake and you steer. And if you ever ride a bumper car, right, you basically have all those skills already, right? So that's the very easy part, right? It's controlling the car is not the thing that makes it difficult, right? What makes it difficult is you're driving and all these things are happening at the same time, right? It's like a car coming from the other side, there's a pedestrian on your left, and you need to look at all of them and understand what is going on, right? And that's the same for car, right? There's nothing easier for a self-driving car than figuring out how to do the brake, give gas, go left, right? That's easy. But you have to understand what is happening, right? So the first thing you need to do is perception, right? We already talked about the visual system, cameras, right? So look at the camera, look at the picture. Radar, give it another biology explanation. Radar is what a bat does, right? It's basically, you make noise, and that noise reflects from objects, and you get that noise back, you hear that noise back, and in that way you determine how far things are away, right? So that's how radar is used, or LiDAR is another form. It's very similar to radar. But, so you're basically looking at what is around you, the world around you. That's the first part. Then you need to figure out where are you, right? So it's like there's maps and GPS data go into that, right? The maps are usually much more detailed in self-driving cars than they are for people, right? They have things like landmarks on there, right? For example, okay, there's a stop sign at a specific crossing, right? That will be on the map, right? So that helps the computer to a car that just turned onto the freeway because it just never saw it. So there's a lot of things that you have to take into account. Now the good thing is, as I said, the more data you have, right, the smarter the car can get, right, so you can learn. And finally you have to have car features, right, so you need to understand how hard to, for example, it will, if I drive 50 miles per hour, right, it will take at least 200 feet to completely get to brake to zero, right? So those are kind of the features of a car that you will have to understand. And so all of this goes into a self-driving car. So self-driving cars, they have a lot of cameras, right? If here you see that the car is hidden in the middle somewhere, right? But that's like, it has cameras looking to the front, to the side. That's what we call surround view, which basically creates like, almost like it's a top picture of the car, right? With what is all around it. There's a lot of back cameras as well. And so there's like a whole bunch of cameras that all translate into those pictures that then go into neural networks, right? That's how it works. And again, you have to train those neural networks, right? Those neural networks are not smart by themselves, right? You need data. So here is an example of what kind of data we would create, right? So we have a scene here with 4 pedestrians, right? Some people may recognize those 4 pedestrians. So you would draw a box around them and say, look, 4 pedestrians here, right? So this is one picture, right? And to train a neural network to recognize pedestrians, you would have to have millions of pictures like this. And of course, it's not just pedestrians, right? There's other cars, there's traffic signs, there's the driving lane, right? So where should I be driving, right? So all of these, you create all that data, and with that data, the neural networks can actually learn. Right? So now, how do you get millions of pictures? And this is another thing that really enabled artificial intelligence to start. It's what is called the Mechanical Turk. Mechanical Turk is an Amazon product, was started in 2005, and it's kind of a crowdsourcing service. What happens is the computer, rather than doing all tasks themselves, they look at some of the tasks and say, this task is better done by a human, right? And so they outsource those tasks to humans. So basically, what you can go to Amazon and say, hey, I want to make some money, and give me those pictures, and I'll draw those boxes around those pedestrians, right? So that's called the Mechanical Turk, and that's how a lot of these data sets, it's called data sets, how they are created, and those are then used to train the artificial neural network. So it kind of, if you are a customer, right, it looks like you're outsourcing something to a computer, right? You're basically going to Amazon Web Services or Amazon Mechanical Turk. It looks like you're going to a computer, but in reality, the most important task is done by a human, which is kind of the other way around. And I thought it was interesting. That's why it's called Mechanical Turk. And this is a historic picture. There was like in the 18th century, somebody came up with the idea of making a chess computer. And you see the Turk here is the person or the doll sitting there dressed up like a Turkish person, but in reality there's a human inside, just like a magician, right? It's like there's human that is actually playing the chess, right? And they pretended that the chess was played by the machine, but it was really the human, because it's a human intelligence thing playing chess, right? The real chess computer is invented 200 years later, right? But they made it, and that's why it's called the mechanical Turk, because it's that. And that's actually more or less the end of my story. Just showing what it looks like in general. Here you, again, it's blurry, just like the visual system. This is a different reason though. Oh, it's not playing. That I don't know why it should be playing. Let's see. No. Unfortunately, this was supposed to be a video. Unfortunately, the video doesn't work, it became a picture. But you can see, this is a blurry picture, and that's typically what you will get in a vehicle, right? There's no nice high definition cameras or so in a car, right? And the cars can be dirty. So you get a picture that is kind of blurry, but you can see the bicycles, the pedestrians, the cars, right? And this is how the picture, what the computer detects in the picture, right? So it colors different different objects in different ways. So you can see cars are blue, right? It doesn't see this car yet, right? The car is maybe a little bit too far away. If you see the video, you would see that when the car comes closer, it will detect it. Pedestrians are pinkish, cyclists red, traffic signs yellow, right? So it basically, there's a lot of neural networks that go into here, and they all, it basically detects all the things in the traffic scene, right? So that's how the neural networks would help. And then it also detects the motion of the, where is this going, right? The pedestrians are walking to the right, so it will know the motion, it will understand where will the pedestrians and cyclists go in time, right? So, and based on that, right, it decides when it can start to drive again, right? And of course, there's a red light, so we need to wait until the light turns, we need to wait until the light turns green. That's when the car starts again. So you could see it's not perfect, right? It's like it's kind of the boundaries are not exactly right, but they're pretty close to being right, right? And it's good enough to make the decisions, right? So some final thoughts. Some conclusions that people may draw. Oh, okay, I can stop my computer science class. It's like not necessary anymore. I forget about it. Now, it's a couple of things. First of all, not everything is artificial intelligence. For example, how to train those networks are still algorithms, right? So yes, it's not obsolete. Second, as I said before, you probably will solve different problems in your life than what you learn at school, but what is important is that you learn how to solve problems, right? You need to learn how to learn. So that's a good reason to keep doing computer science. A second thing, you may think, hey, self-driving cars, I don't need to get my driver license. Maybe your children, that might be true, but unless you want to be driven by your parents for the next 15 years until you're about 30-ish, I would just get my driver license. I wouldn't wait for it. So get your driver license. Finally, one of my professors in university was called Dijkstra, and he's a famous computer scientist. And one of the things he said is the question whether computers can think is just as relevant and just as meaningful as the question whether submarines can swim. So, why did he say that? Is people tend to get very philosophical and think about computers as people, about all kinds of things as people, right? Submarines swim, well, you can have a philosophical discussion about it, right? It's what a submarine does swimming, maybe not. It does kind of the same thing, right? Same as computers can solve kind of the same problems sometimes as humans can solve, but they're just not the same thing. So don't overestimate what a computer can do. It can do some things well, but it doesn't mean that it replaces humans, right? So we talked about how many neurons, right? There's a million times less neurons in a neural network than in your brain, right? It's about the same as a bee, actually even less than a honeybee. And also there's a lot of fear sometimes, right? Artificial intelligence is going to take over, right? It's going to rule the world and it's going to replace humans. That's probably also not true, right? So don't overestimate it. It's a tool and it will help us. I'm going to leave it at that. Questions?
So in the beginning, of the talk, you talked about neurons in humans and neurons in technology being quite similar in their function, but not in how they work. Do you think? I know this is not directly in your field, but do you think there's a point in time where our neurons could be connected to network neurons?
That is actually a very interesting question. I would not know why that could not be done. It seems to me that should be possible. In the end, right, our neurons and artificial neurons, we saw already, right, how light can be translated to electricity. Electricity can be translated to numbers. You can, of course, also go the other way, right? You can have a number and say, well, there's a big number and do big electricity. So it can go like that. So I'm sure that there is a lot of problems in doing that, but I don't think that there is anything fundamentally that would disallow that. Yeah. Yes, it's probably still in the future. You see sometimes some experiments where at least muscles, right, movement. Somebody that lost the arm, for example, right, and they train an arm how to react to brainwaves, right? That's an example of where that could be done. And of course, it's still very, very early on in the development, but I don't see a fundamental reason why that cannot be done.
My question was, does artificial intelligence provide environmental benefits in terms of like driving cars, like self-driving cars?
It definitely could help somewhat, because humans are very, they're not very much focused on efficiency sometimes. If you see some people drive, and artificial intelligence could, of course, be much more aware of what is efficient driving and how to use as little fuel as possible. One thing about it though is like even the artificial intelligence itself uses a lot of energy, right? The human brain only uses less than a light bulb. Artificial intelligence, computers still use quite a lot of power. So, but I think overall it's probably a win. Yeah.
My question is for self-driving cars. If the percentage, like every time you input information, it gets better,
Yeah.
are we at a rate where it's safe?
I don't know whether we are already at a point where it really is better than a human driver. I am personally 100% convinced that it eventually will be better than the human driver, because the computer doesn't get sleepy, it doesn't get all these kind of things, right? But we may not have seen all the right data yet, right? So that's it's a matter of time. That's why you see it starts slow with experiments, it will get bigger, yeah.
Do you expect to see AI like moving into shipping or aviation by chance, or do you think it's only going to be stuck with cars?
No, it's going to be in shipping and aviation as well. It's no different. All the principles are exactly the same. Once the cars is the biggest business opportunity, I think, and that's why it starts with cars. But eventually, there's no reason why it would just be cars. It's going to be applied in very many different places.
school, went to a liberal arts school, did not really find that to my liking, left school, worked in the animation industry for a few years, and then went back to school and got a degree in computer science. I'm sorry, wait, I forgot. I went to architecture school, decided that wasn't for me, went to art school, decided that wasn't for me, went out, worked in the industry, went back to school, got a practical degree in computer science and computer graphics, and then ended up at Bell Labs for a number of years. And many years down the road, I had a career crisis, which caused me to sort of, that it feels like they almost have personalities as they engage with each other. Here's another piece that is maybe more surprising in terms of the physics. It ends up that the Bernoulli effect, which is what was keeping those balls aloft before, also works with liquids, that faster moving liquids actually have lower pressure than slow moving liquids. And so a fast moving liquid stream will hold the ball in. And so this is a piece based on that. It's called My Turn Found. Maybe I did mention, I was at Stanford for the graduate program. And oh boy. Okay, so is there anything we can do about this, or I just plunge ahead with the video not working so well? Because I'm going to need the video to work. Anyway, these swings are connected at the top such that when one person swings, it causes the other person to get their energy, and the energy goes back and forth. This was an exploration I was doing in terms of interdependence and cooperation. So now on to more geometric pieces. Some of you may be familiar with spirograph. It was one of the great toys that was invented when I was younger than you, actually. And I was always fascinated with it. I thought it made beautiful things. They're called technically hypotrochoids. I asked the question one day, what would happen if you put a spirograph inside a spirograph? And that led to this thing called the recursive spirograph, or hypercycles. And here you'll see that what it does is it makes shapes that are not quite as regular as a standard spirograph. They have a little more complexity to their form. So this is one example of the kind of thing it can do. You'll notice that it's not as sort of rounded and symmetric. It can also make lines that are both curved and straight, as you'll see here, or nearly straight. And what's going on here is by putting the spirograph within a spirograph is it's creating a second harmonic. And that's maybe most clearly revealed in this next piece. And as with the regular spirograph, it does take some practice to get good at this. As you can see, I got quite good at it. I don't know if that's not showing it very well, but that's actually sped up. I wasn't quite that good in reality. What you'll see is it has 6 bands of sort of woven chords, and the woven chords have 17 bands in each of them, and that's kind of the 2 harmonics that are working. So these are some of the examples that you can create with this hyperspirograph, and they're all complete closed paths. You can also, unlike a regular spirograph, choosing where you begin the 2 gears can change what the entire piece looks like. And so these kind of ribbon-like structures are made by just changing the starting point for each of them, something that doesn't work with a regular spirograph. In that case, I was using gears to actually generate the image, or using gears to help me draw an image. In this case, I'm using the gears directly to create a pattern, a never-changing pattern. This is sort of an exploration of what would happen if you have the gears set so that half of them move at one speed and half move at another speed in a ratio of 3 to 4. And what you see is that various patterns appear, and our brains like to complete patterns, like to complete lines. And so even though the lines aren't following all the way through on this, hopefully you're still seeing some kind of like an integrated pattern behavior. But the lion's share of the work I'm going to show you today is based on spiral geometries. I became very intrigued with spirals during my thesis work. Spirals appear in nature at all levels, and maybe the largest structure we know, galaxies, are spirals often. And we see them in nature as in the botanical form, and even maybe more surprisingly, the animal kingdom produces spirals, not commonly, but here in the case of the nautilus shell. So I became intrigued, particularly with spiral. This is an example of a logarithmic spiral. In a logarithmic spiral, all the elements of the spiral are similar. Those of you that have taken, I don't know if it's called descriptive geometry, where you talk about things being congruent, those are identical shape and size, and similar is same shape at different size. Are you familiar with that? Raise your hand if you're familiar with that concept. Okay, great. So all the elements in this shell are essentially similar, and there's some really interesting features that you get with logarithmic spirals because of the similarity. But I like to make things that change and transform, so the first thing I tried to do was to make a spiral that could actually roll up or unroll, transform in some way. And so here you see this roll-up spiral arm piece. Here's another spiral form, again logarithmic. This is made of laser cut. Most of what you'll see here is laser cut wood frames that, in this case, they're attached with glue so that they will, there's hinges at each of those positions between the frames, and by just changing the relationship between the two sides of the spiral, I can cause it to kind of curl and uncurl at will. I apologize for the jerky, I think we have there's a little issue with the transmission of the video onto through Apple Talk or whatever it is. This is another spiral, similar concept, except here I've got the hinge between the two sides on the outside, and here you can clearly see that all I'm doing is moving my hands apart or together, and I'm able to change the amount of curl on the piece. Also, though it wasn't essential to the design, all of those frames are made from one piece of wood, just cut sequentially. So it was very sort of efficient in terms of use of wood, and a great use of the laser cutter. Something that was kind of new back. The laser cutter was not commonly used back then when I was doing this in about 2000. Here I've taken the two spirals and combined them, and by simply pulling a single string, they will curl up into a kind of an S form, excuse me, and then uncurl as the string is released. And I projected onto the screen there to sort of show the shadows created by that ever-changing form. Now this one may look like the others, but actually it behaves quite differently. This is a single set of frames attached, and here I was looking to see, could I make a spiral that really folds up in some way? So here you see it folding flat. Here's another version of it that folds into kind of a triangular prism form, and makes, as such, it creates a kind of a tower, as you'll see here. And I was pretty happy with that. It was fun to see it transform that way, but for some reason I was sort of playing around with it, wanting it to do more. I don't know why I thought it should do more, but as I played with it, I discovered a very surprising thing, which is that it actually has this ability to kind of be stable in an upward direction without any support. So that's just what it wants to do, what you're seeing there, hopefully. It's sort of, it's happily working its way upward, seemingly defying gravity. And this is an example of something that I find very exciting when something behaves in a way that seems non-intuitive. It's also an example of what I find interesting about design, that you don't always know where you're getting to. You may have something in mind, but you don't necessarily get there. Sometimes, when you're lucky, you get to a place that's more interesting than what you intended, and you'll see that in some other work here. Well, the work I've been showing you has been much like the piece on the left, a single spiral doing something, changing in some way. But on the left, we have multiple spirals, and I wanted, for various reasons, to create a sort of a network of spirals, and to do that, I looked to nature and the way that it creates things like sunflowers and pine cones and pineapples. It ends up that all these structures, artichokes, even though they look rather different, they all have the same fundamental recipe to create the spirals that appear in them, including this succulent. And the question I had is, how can I create spirals like this? So it ends up that there is this wonderful, simple, profound recipe that nature has, and I'm going to share it with you because it's kind of a delightful secret to be aware of. The first thing to note is that each petal has a unique birthday. They don't come out in clusters of 2, 3, 5, or whatever. They come out one at a time, each of them individually. And so knowing that, we can see that they're going to emerge from the center in this cactus. And you could probably guess that the first one, the most recent one to emerge was here. and you might guess that the second most recent to emerge was here. See if you can see where the third might have been. You'd probably guess that. Now for the fourth, it's maybe not super obvious where it would be because the distances aren't clear, but I can tell you with certainty that it's there and that the fifth one is up here. Now why am I able to say that with certainty? It's because I know, and you're about to find out, that every time it adds a new petal, it adds it about 137.5 degrees around from the previous petal. So knowing that, and we're going clockwise in this case, that's actually arbitrary. At the very beginning of the plant makes that decision arbitrarily and it continues for the life of the plant. Where's number 6 and number 7, number 8? Are you guessing them correctly? Able to anticipate? Number 9, 10, and 11, and so on. And that is the recipe that nature uses in making this and all those other forms that I showed you. Now you might think, well, that's kind of a strange, what's the meaning of that angle? It ends up that it's actually a very specific angle that's based on the golden ratio. Because if you take the smaller and the larger of those angles and divide them, you end up with 0.618 or an inverted 1.618, which is phi, the golden ratio. Are you familiar with the golden ratio, folks? Some of you? Great. So this is the radial version of the golden ratio. And as such, it's been given the name golden angle. And it's a very powerful angle, which all of these plant forms utilize. And in fact, it's the most commonly used sort of design strategy in the plant world in terms of placing leaves and seeds on a head. And it ends up that whenever the golden ratio is used, the golden angle is used, you're going to end up with Fibonacci numbers showing up. Here's the Fibonacci numbers. I assume you're mostly familiar with Fibonacci numbers? If I'd asked that to my high school class, no hands would have gone up. Nobody talked about the Fibonacci numbers when I was in high school. I'm so glad that it is talked about now. So it's made by just taking 1 and 1 and adding the last 2 numbers to create each additional point in the sequence, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. So it ends up that if you look at the ratios of the Fibonacci numbers, starting with 1 over 2, 2 over 3, 3 over 5, 5 over 8, they get progressively closer to being the golden ratio. It's a little high, then a little low, then a little high and a little low, but it gets better and better and better. And that's why the Fibonacci numbers show up whenever you use a plant whenever the plants use this strategy. So in the case of a pine cone, you have neighboring Fibonacci numbers 8 and 13. In the case of a sunflower, it can vary, but in this particular sunflower, it's doing 30, 34, and 55. And so I decided I would make some of these structures on my own and sort of develop this 813 spiral tiling, which became the basis for a whole set of work that I undertook. Because I wanted to make it sort of changeable and the largest piece left in the puzzle at each time, and although it may look arbitrary, it's actually removing them each from going around the golden angle each time to remove them. And you can see from that tower that every single piece is a unique size. So that ended up leading almost 20 years later to a sculpture that I did for the Atlantis, the Royal in Dubai, this sort of mega hotel, super luxe hotel. Never would have guessed it would have led to this, but it did. This is part of the restaurant where they had me create this sculpture to help direct the theme of the restaurant, and it's the largest undertaking done. I worked with incredible engineers and fabricators to build this thing. Here you're seeing the substructure that went into it. It had to all be able to be broken down and shipped from here over to Dubai in an airplane. So there was a lot of engineering work involved in figuring out how to make it take apart. It's made up of 128 individual, or maybe 128 individual surfaces with LEDs behind them, as you see on the table there in the front and the left. Lots of electronics and programming went into this. Here you see on the right the behind the scenes of the piece. And here they're assembling the last piece into it to test it. So there's LEDs behind that shine out from it, and that led to this piece I call Dahlia. That is it's a sort of a kinetic piece in the sense that the lights are kinetic, but the piece itself does not actually change. It's completely static. It's just being transformed by the movement of the light. Though it often looks like the piece itself is moving, that's just the result of the light effects. Now, back to this puzzle, something that I discovered unexpectedly is that if I do take out the largest piece each time and then rotate it by the golden angle, if I do that without showing the rotation, it looks like the puzzle is just simply shrinking without actually changing, which was kind of surprising for something that was as complex as this, as complex a shape as this. But it ends up that, oops, did I mean to do that? Yeah, so that was a rather surprising finding, and so I thought, well, what would happen if I took a bunch of those puzzles and laid them one on top of the other? So that tower you see on the left is the biggest puzzle on the bottom, and then I removed the next largest piece, put the puzzle on top of that, and did so sequentially. So each of those stacks in the tower is a sort of an assembled puzzle missing the next larger piece. And then I just rotate each piece by the golden angle. And what I knew would happen is that some platforms would appear. But what I didn't know would happen is that there would be this kind of continuity to it, this kind of flow that happened. This was a painstaking animation that I had to create. This wasn't sort of happening automatically. I had to actually animate each frame of that. And I thought, well, is there some way that I can make something that's a little more, it also, if you move it yet another golden angle, you can double the number of platforms, but they get a little bit smaller. Anyway, the animation for that was rather painstaking, and I wanted to make something where I could actually demonstrate it real time. So I made a simple version of it where each puzzle was the same size, or what had been a puzzle, and I put stops inside there, little slots and pins, so that each piece could only move by the golden angle relative to each other. It starts out kind of randomly because the friction levels are different, but as you'll see, as this rotates around in place, it will eventually come into a place of kind of stasis where you see these platforms appearing. Unlike the tower where the platforms get smaller, this one, the platforms are all the same size, but it's the same general idea. Now, and then here I'm going to rotate it back into the other position. By the way, is the audio on? I'm not sure if I have audio on this particular video, but I just want to make sure the audio is on for the presentation. So those stops allowed me, having those stops that allow you to do that sort of minor rotation allowed me to explore this idea I'd always been interested in, which is, can I make a kind of a pine cone form that goes between being flat and being pine cone-like? And I built this structure you see here, and my plan was to and there were stops in it, my plan was, just as in the previous video, to turn them and have them sequentially turn into a kind of a pine cone shape. But it actually didn't work at all. It got jammed after about the first 3 turns, and I was extremely frustrated and disappointed. And as I was sitting there kind of bemoaning my fate, I sort of flicked my wrist, and this is what happened. So it was jamming when I was turning it manually, but if I just gave it some momentum, it would naturally want to spin them all and go into the... Another example of, like, I had a plan. It was a fun plan, I thought, but nothing compared to the magic of this kind of, transformation on its own. So, I got very lucky here. I only get partial credit for inventing this because I really didn't invent all of it. I stumbled on half of what makes it interesting. But luck favors the prepared, and I was out there trying. This has been made into a product, including something called the Lollipopter. There's a wooden version and the plastic version as well. So back to this trans tower. Back to the trans tower. Remember, these are like sequential puzzles of different sizes laid one on top of the other, or on top of one another. And I thought, well, what if I only make the perimeter of each of them? Don't make the entire piece, just make the perimeter. Then they could sit inside each other. And so that's what this is. I've got a whole bunch of little sort of thin versions of them. And then if I rotate them by the golden angle, they will then stack on top of each other, as you see here. So all that's going on there is a rotation. There's no adding of material. There I'm actually removing every other one. Now I'm going to put every other one back and then rotate them again, and they will work their way down into the center. So that was kind of a fun discovery. This is a simpler concept that came from that more complex concept. Here I have a kind of a nautilus shell form, again with these little thin shells, and then by rotating it like this, it sort of stands up and becomes this dimensional sculpture. I gave one of these to my professor, and I came back a few weeks later and found that his housekeeper had been dusting and had assembled it incorrectly, quote unquote, as you see there. That wasn't what I intended to do, but actually I think that's more beautiful than what I had intended to do. So you never know where inspiration or improvements are going to come. I think this is a more beautiful form, but I certainly am delighted and grateful that there's more than one form available for this. It was kind of an additional, perk. Now, remember that these were made of these sequential rings. I made those on the laser cutter, and when I was taking them off the laser cutter, I would notice that the cancel. I don't know what that is. I would notice that when I pulled them off the laser cutter, the rings kind of shuffled next to each other and created this pattern of movement. And I thought, well, that's something interesting to take advantage of, and that led to this thing called star wave, where we've got a set of rings. They're the sort of star-shaped rings, and by just moving them back and forth, they create this, this sort of ripple effect, almost a moire effect that works through the system. And this is an example of I guess one of the themes here that maybe I should have talked about earlier is that I'm sort of leading you through my thought process, and really what's going on here is I'm just following my curiosity. I try something, I see how it works, that leads to other questions, I then ask that question, and there's this kind of back and forth with the material and with the behaviors. And that's been a crucial part of my work process, has just been to let myself just freely ask questions about what's going on with things. So with the Trans Tower, a question that took me 5 years to ask, I'm embarrassed to say, is what would happen if when I got to the bottom here, remember what's going on is that I'm just rotating the pieces relative to the piece beneath them, right? And when I get to the bottom, what would happen if I had just kept rotating the tower? Not stopped rotating it, just kept rotating it. Well, that flow would have continued endlessly. And 5 years after making that Trans Tower, I finally realized the full ramifications of that, and that led to something called blooms. Now, this doesn't look like that Trans Tower, but you can imagine that each of those little pointy elements is the equivalent to one of those ledges on the tower. And if I take this sculpture and rotate it, it's built with the same golden angle recipe. If I take that sculpture, rotate it by 137.5 degrees between frames of an animation or under a strobe light, I end up getting this behavior, which I hope it will transmit. And you see we're starting to get this flowing or ever blooming behavior coming out the top of the piece. And here we see it from the top. And almost all of these are available on my website if you want to see them working a little more smoothly. And that led to the whole development of blooms as a kind of a medium for animation. So again, this sculpture is solid. It's just being spun. The effect of animation is simply a result of it being spun by the golden angle between each frame of the video. And as much as these forms are obviously very different in appearance, the thing they all have in common is that the elements on these forms are all placed by the golden angle, each sequential element. Now remember that this all the system I'm using here all came from my recognition that nature, or my wanting to take advantage of what nature was using as a growth technique. And so a natural question would be, well, can these be animated? Can nature's objects itself be animated? And the answer is yes. And here's an artichoke that I'm actually animating on a lathe. Nature doesn't worry about making things perfectly symmetrical, so it's going to be rather wobbly, but you can still see the kind of the behavior, in this case sort of reverse growth, and in this version it's sort of repeated growth. And that really is kind of what it would look like if you could see an artichoke growing. It would also be getting larger, but that really reiterates the growth process. So and one more is here's a cactus. You can see the areoles working their way out. So I'd like to close just by sharing this quote from David Mumford that I think really captures what has been my experience of mathematics and actually use of computer science as well, which is that mathematics is not alien and remote, as it is often seen by people who are not so fond of math, but a very human exploration of the patterns of the world, one which thrives on play and surprise and beauty. And I think that really summarizes my own attitude about mathematics, and particularly geometry, and how it's a tool for exploration and has allowed me to explore ideas that without such tools I wouldn't have had the kind of the specificity necessary to be able to do that. And you know, my career path has been a rather circuitous, unusual one. It's certainly not one I would say you could sort of choose to go down. I didn't choose it. It sort of just happened through various things. But I think an important part of what made it possible for me to be doing what I'm doing today, which is enjoying teaching at Stanford and creating and placing my sculptures in various museums around the world, is just that I followed my curiosity. And as I tell my design students, I think curiosity is perhaps one of the most important characteristics to have for a successful life as a designer, but even just for a successful life. The world is full of miraculous opportunities and things that have yet to be discovered. And if we will just let our curiosity run free and really look at what's out there and engage with it, the world is just sort of endless in the riches that it will provide us and lead us through. So with that, I'll move on to questions. Thank you. Yes.
Since the
Hold it closer, I think.
with the blooms animation,
Yes.
since it needs to like match the frames on the camera, is there like any way to see that animation without looking through?
Oh, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. Yes, in fact, you can see them in real life under a strobe light. And in the exhibits that I make and sell to museums, the closest one for us being either Curiosity up in San Mateo, or the Exploratorium. They both have bloom exhibits, and you can see them actually working under a strobe light. Yeah. I can't really see. Raise your hands high or wave them. There we go.
Hi, I was just wondering what kind of like structural or like architectural advantages something like this might have, like if you can create like these similar pieces in different sizes and you can make something so complex. Like, have you gotten a chance to explore that?
I haven't. I do have a fantasy about that the Trans Tower. Imagine if that were a building, it would provide you a terrace at every single level of the building, which could be kind of delightful and maybe even be a safety thing, because it means you could always escape to the next floor below just by sort of jumping out the window, and you could do that sequentially down the building, perhaps. But no, I haven't pursued anything at an architectural scale.
For the wood structures that you showed previously, has there ever, I assume you would have to choose like a flexible type of wood, but have you ever had like, did you have to go through trial and error where like you would have like types of structures that would snap or would break? Stuff like that?
I've had lots of failures, for sure. But the wood itself is actually not being flexible there. It's a plywood, and although it does have the ability to flex, all the bending you're seeing is a result of I wasn't clear about describing this. Those panels are being held together by a piece of cloth that has been glued to each of the two panels, and the cloth acts like a hinge. So the panels themselves are not actually bending, just the angle between them is changing. Do you guys have a laser cutter? Yeah? Yeah? It's a great tool. It's my favorite tool.
Out of all your failures, which one taught you the most?
Which one taught me the most? That's a good. Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I'm not sure there is a most. But what my failures have taught me is that sometimes failure is the door to success. Who was asking? Yeah. Sometimes failure is the door to a different. Really frustrated when the lollipopter thing was not turning. I had spent a lot of time developing. I was sure it was going to be this cool thing where you turn it and it transforms, and it was really really serious failure from perspective. But then there was this lucky break. Now that's a rare event. It isn't like every time I have a failure, there's some greater thing around the corner. But what it taught me is to not assume that I'm completely in charge of the process, or assume that I know what the best direction for the process is, and to be open to being redirected. I think that's a very important characteristic for designers in general. Is you set out. Often you don't really know where you're heading anyway, but even if you think you know where you're heading, you always want to be open to being redirected by circumstance, by other people, by whatever. And actually, it just reminds me of a larger point I'd like to make, which is, I feel very lucky the way things sort of came together for me in terms of my background. I was interested in geometry. I did animation for a while. Computer science, and I did not anticipate all those things coming together in the way they did, but basically all of those things, and even architecture in a certain sense, came together to allow me to pursue these things. And that's as a result of the fact that I did explore many different directions when I was young, and you are all in that position to be exploring lots of directions. And I would just point out to you maybe the obvious fact, which is that everything that you're passionate about right now and excited about doing right now was once something you knew nothing about, something you had no idea even existed maybe. And yet somehow now it's something that's of great interest to you. And I would just remind you that there's many other things out there like that you have yet to explore. So you really want to be looking out there and exploring and discovering what's out there. And a lot of the ways we find out what we like is by finding out what we don't like. And you can't know you don't like something until you try it too. There's a lot of things I tried and didn't like. I could tell you about the jobs I've had that bored me and told me I didn't want to do this. And that was helpful in redirecting and guiding my process, my career path, I guess, if you could call it that. Other question? Yeah.
I was gonna ask, in your work.
Where are you? Right there you are.
Have you noticed any overlap between maybe some of those more predictive patterns like Fibonacci and logarithmic spirals, and then chaotic systems?
I haven't seen a connection between those. That's a very interesting question to ask actually. And I think interesting questions is part of curiosity, because creativity is one of the sort of fundamental notions. One of the fundamental concepts of creativity is that it's bringing together disparate things that we don't think have any relation to each other. What happens if you ask how they might relate? So I think that's a really interesting question.
What is the most complex piece you've created, and how did you think about it?
Complex, in terms of fabrication, it would definitely be that piece for Dubai. Was beyond anything I'd ever done. But I had tremendous help with engineers and all helping put that together. What kind of, yeah, so. The complexity of my pieces in terms of design is an incremental process, so I don't set out to make something complicated. It might kind of get that way eventually. Maybe here's an answer. I nearly gave up making the first bloom because I did not know how to use Rhino properly. And it was beyond my skill set, and I was very frustrated, but I just was so determined to see this thing into reality, to make these 3D, but I realized I didn't mention, those are all 3D printed sculptures, and the way I create them is I program Rhino, I program Python programming language for Rhino. And so that's a place where my programming really came in very handy. I had the programming chops, but I didn't know how to use this software program for modeling. And I nearly gave up. I honestly nearly gave up, but I just, stuck with it. And that was probably the biggest challenge. Time? All right.
Thank you for coming today. You can visit johnedmark.com to see his animations in smoother fashion and more detailed ways. To sign up for the LinkedIn workshop today on Teach More, don't select ACT for your event. Select Theater Event instead of ACT. Thank you all for coming today, and have a great Monday.
for a LinkedIn workshop, and you can sign up on Teach More or the STEAM Week website. But now, Nabeel Mahmood from Nomad Foundation will be sharing about data center careers with his panelists.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Appreciate it. Thank you for having us. This is certainly very interesting. I would say this is my first time speaking in front of, or at least it's been a long time ago. Thank you very much for taking time and coming out and hearing our pitch, why the information technology sector and why the data center. So before we get started, and we talk about the value of the sector in itself, I'll tell you a little bit about my history. We'll go through the panelists and have them share their history as well. I was born and bred and raised in Stratford-upon-Avon in the United Kingdom. I was supposed to be a professional athlete. I played for the under-19 English team, and that's actually cricket for those that want to Google it afterwards. It is a sport, and it's actually a very... anyhow, at the age of 19, I had the golden ticket. I was going to play for the English team, but the week before I was starting my camp, I suffered a major accident. Used to play polo, fell off the horse playing polo. My L1 through L3 had 80% titanium leg. That changed the golden ticket in your hand to a career that I was so much into. What am I going to do next? Now, there was actually another curveball in this whole equation, and that was that the doctors told me that I could actually never get back on my feet. I could never walk again. So I stayed in bed for 9 months through my education. So I was actually done with my bachelor's. Ended up with a double major in mathematics and a minor in statistics. Still don't know what am I going to do. So when I got back on my feet, I ran away from home. And I came to Hollywood tells you a story. And I still didn't know what I want to do. So the closest thing to me was sports. Well, it was American football or it was baseball. I couldn't play. I didn't know the basics. I divulged myself into learning any of that because it wasn't really very patriotic, I guess, being English or born English. So then I'm like, okay, I've got a little bit of an extrovert personality. I probably might become an agent. Guys, remember the Guire? Well, gosh, you need to know the basics of the game. You need to know the basics of sport, which I wasn't really putting a lot of time and effort into it. Ended up in Silicon Valley. Actually, as a matter of fact, lived in Foster City and ended up meeting a couple of folks in Berkeley, having a cup of coffee. And they were, at that time, addressing security within the data infrastructure space. And I had zero idea. I didn't even know what the internet was, much less getting into security and designing ERP systems and MRP systems and just a computing platform. Well, they brought me on board from a UX perspective. That's the user experience, the user interface, like how would people react to when data is presented to them. And that's when my career took off. And at that point in time, it really more of an education on the job. So I started learning languages, C++, Python, Java, CNET, and others. That took a shape of itself. Well, then later on in my career, my mom actually ended up having brain tumor, and she lived in the UK, so I had to go back and forth, and that required me to change my life again. I ended up working on a project in the underground, which is the London transportation system, and designing their data center. Not knowing anything about the data center. So being on the software side of the house, all what I thought was, oh yeah, it's automatically going to happen. It's somewhere out there. I didn't even know what a server was. I mean, it was like all pre-configured. That was someone else was doing it. And then come to find out that you got to have network, power, cooling, a physical building, and there's a security element to it. And that just opened up my mind. Oh my gosh, there's so much opportunity in this industry. And then I started designing building data centers. And here we are. So, currently I'm the CEO for Nomad Futurist Foundation, which is a nonprofit we started about a year and a half ago, with the whole mission of showcasing you guys that there is actually an opportunity besides mom being a doctor or a scientist. Yet the youngest industry. This is the only sector globally that's growing at 30x multiplier today. And that's not even breaking ice. And this is just the beginning of time. I mean, there's so many opportunities that are going to come along with it that we don't even know. And we encourage you guys, or at least give you an opportunity to explore this further. The challenge that we have, and we have a problem in our sector, and it's a massive, massive problem. We were the best kept hidden secret that we never share with the world. Okay? Everything that you do, any and all of these experiences, they're all connected, and the backbone of all of that is actually data. So this video streaming that you're going to see, the last phone call that you made, the last text that you sent, or the last TikTok that you were on, there's data in all that experience. Okay? And that all goes back in the data center. And that's just the beginning. Our challenge has been, and what continues to be, and that's the reason why I started this whole initiative, is that today, 40% of the workforce in our sector has got 25 years of experience. Now, what does that mean? In the next 5 years, you do the math, there's going to be a retirement party every day. So we need to backflush talent, and that's you guys. The other challenge with that is that we're going compound at 30% year over year over year over year, right? So there isn't enough people that are going to be able to backflush where the sector is today on a go-forward basis. This opportunity and exposure for you guys and potentially provide you an educational platform that synchronizes with what you're learning in school today and gives you an opportunity to get into this space. Now, one of the other things that we've been addressing, and you probably guys might have watched a bunch of Google movies. There was an internship movie as well with Will Ferrell, was it? Right? We are actually big advocates that you don't need to have a degree from an Ivy League. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, these guys actually did not finish college, so there's still an opportunity. And I'm a big believer in the old trade school. So data center, data infrastructure sector is actually still, as long as you're willing to learn, right? Education does not mean that you've got a degree. That's the end of it. Education is a daily occurrence. It's a daily experience. You're learning every day, every second. So that was my initial spill. Let's make some quick introductions. Beth, do you mind telling us what you do and who are you with?
I'd be happy to. Thanks for having us. Quick question. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I mean, there's a lot of money. Oh, so starting point, I mean, you know, without zero experience, I think you can easily start, like, depending on the markets that you're in, between $80,000 to $100,000, roughly. And, I mean, there's software engineers, you know, that, like, with a couple of years of internship, probably make about $250,000, $260,000 easily here in the Valley.
And then what if let's say I'm in data center and I'm working for or buy Oracle Space and Power, so that Oracle, let's use a different one, Apple. I work for Apple and I need to buy data centers so that I can house all my iCloud photos. What does that person make? I go to work for Apple.
Buying space.
I'm buying space from a data center company.
So you're building a data center?
Yeah, I'm building.
Oh, okay. From a facilities perspective, it really depends on your experience, the organization, and your location. It could be $1,000 as a starting point. Again, I mean, if you've got, like if you're a broker, or if you've got a real estate license, or just a general know-how, if you've been in that space, that would be a base typically to start with. But then again, it varies. I'm not speaking on behalf of just the market, general market dynamics.
One more question, then I'll introduce.
I thought I was going to question you guys.
What is the pay pathway, do you think, in our industry?
As accelerators are concerned?
Yeah, as far as if I came out and made 80 out of college.
Yeah, so basically the more entry and the more that you can prove that you are the right individual, you've got the skill set, the ability to learn and the ability to grow, you can make a lot of money. I mean, there's no, I've seen, I mean, the market-wise, you can say that it's probably maybe a 1.5%, 2.5% increase typical on a yearly basis, but then again, it can be based on the consumer price index or other factors. But I'll tell you guys that there is nothing stopping you other than you. If you're willing to learn, if you're willing to put in the hard work, and you're willing to find that mentor, you're willing to make that change and be that change agent, you can work as much as you want to.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So it's time for you to introduce
Absolutely,
yourself.
I'm Beth. I'm born and raised. I was born at El Camino Hospital in Mountain View. I went to Santa Rita. My folks moved us closer to Pinewood Upper Campus, so I went to Nixon, then came back. My kids went through Gunn. One is at Foothill. Our oldest is at Foothill, her second year. Our middle child, Blake, is at San Jose State. He likes astro-aero engineering, which I think is fascinating. And our youngest, Samantha, is is a senior. We are huge proponents of junior college, and they have a TAG, Transfer Automated Guarantee Program, or TAP, where you work a little harder. So 3, 4, and above, you can get into Santa Barbara, Davis guaranteed. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and above, you can get into UCLA or Cal. So as we look at education and opportunity, I really like everybody to get into great schools. Our son will tell our youngest daughter, who's looking at schools right now, this is application season, stop worrying about University of Michigan, stop worrying about what everybody's talking to you about, look at what you can get into. And then what I really want you to do is look at what you want to do when you get out and which school has the best ranking, if you will, to get into something you're interested in. For example, his is Astro Aero. 80% of the folks in his engineering class will be working at Lockheed Martin, music to his ears. So his advice is, and again, he's math and science and engineering, et cetera, his advice to our younger daughter is even have a vague idea, where does that school exit you? Does it get you into a medical program that you like? Does it get you into a field like this? Growing up, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I was to be due. I Federal Expressed my application in, and I got into Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, and I forget what else. So I went to Santa Barbara because they had a beach. I studied, pre-sected them, went and got them from UC San Diego, brought them back, got out of school, was a horrible test taker. SAT, I think I got a 940 the first time I took it. Had some tutoring and got a 1340. On MCAT, I don't even know what my dad at the time was working for. It was called a telephone company. It would become an internet company. I went to work there. We were bought by another large, because of the bio background and neuro. I was just interested in what we're calling the internet, which is just interconnected networks. So my T-Mobile can call your AT&T, and there's, you're seeing a TikTok here, and you want to send it to somebody. Again, there's no problem. For my pitch to you, all of the stuff we do the cloud lives in a data center. My food, we go to Costco all the time. My food comes from Costco. It lives in that warehouse, if you will, until it comes into my house, into my refrigerator. TikTok texts, posts, etc., that move those photos. Resilient meaning
and compute, it's 10,000 GPUs. Like anybody has like some really high things are more expensive than a regular laptop. Just all GPUs that these models are trained, 1,000 GPUs, that means it's 200,000 high-end gaming PCs connected together that talk to each other seamlessly in order to train a model, weeks to months to train. Right? So that's why ChatGPT is so powerful, is because it's trained on so much data, has so much capacity to learn from the supercomputers. That's extremely, extremely powerful. And that is just my intro to you for AI. And next, I'm actually going to invite Kara. Oh, okay, we're going to introduce Kara as well, who's going to do a little fireside chat with me and hopefully diving up more questions that you'll have. And we'll have some
Yes, Cara Calhoun, who is a model Altos High School. Let's a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Ariana. Thank you so much, for that great introduction. So happy to sit down in a format. Start off by sharing a little bit of your journey that led you to become the vice president.
I'm old, so briefly touch upon maybe something that could be relevant to this audience here. A math nerd when I was in high school, continuously math.
Do you think there's any negatives to like the evolving of like AI?
Are there potential negative consequences of AI? Absolutely. I think with any powerful technology, there is always the dark side of it, right? Just think about internet. Because of the internet, it's much easier for us to get information, but it also means that the bad information also gets gets propagated much faster than it was ever before, right? So yeah, definitely when we talk about like fairness, for example, imagine that the AI model has bias, then now it's much easier for that bias to be manifested across many applications now, right? Because it's the same ChatGPT model, let's say, for example, right? Like so those foundation model, how they are able to share information and synthesize information, and then is that biased? Can it have bad information? All these matter a lot more. It's a great question.
I've noticed when sometimes you ask a question to like Snapchat AI or ChatGPT, and sometimes the data that they give back is like a year or two old, and so like I was just wondering like why is that? Like, why isn't it like current?
That's a really, really good question. So let me get into a little bit of a technical detail on how those models are trained, right? So we talk about data. Those foundation model, essentially it's trained up until a certain point, right? So I think ChatGPT, I believe it's about like maybe 2 years old data up until that point. So they take all the data, they clean it up, they process it, and then they feed into the model to train, right? So because of that, the model only has information up until that point. However, there are technology now that is able to combine what ChatGPT knows and the current state of the world, right? So what it does is essentially this term called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So what it does, for example, is you can do a Google search, Bing search. It takes the top information that, let's say Bing returns, and then it's able to feed that as a prompt to the ChatGPT model. And so what ChatGPT does then is able to take the most recent information about the world and all the old information that it know and combine it and give you an answer. So you can augment ChatGPT's base model with a lot new information. So that's essentially I would say a solved problem now, but the base model is always the one that, imagine that, you train it, you freeze the parameters, and it only knows about the past. Great question.
I was wondering why when we ask a question to, let's say, a chat robot, they respond in certain ways, and then you can like change the way they answer if you ask a different question.
You mean you will change the answer if you ask the question differently?
Yeah.
Okay. A really good question. So first of all, I hope that's the same experience that you have when you talk to your friends. You know, sometimes maybe the model the ChatGPT didn't quite understand the question, or maybe it's interpreting the question a little differently than you intended to be. And so while you change what we call the prompt, and then they will have a different interpretation or slightly updated interpretation of your question. But I also think that in addition to just what you would expect in your interaction with other humans, I also think that some of the model, it has its own intricacies, I would say. For example, if you use like capital letters in your prompt, it will know that you wanted to emphasize something. So they will make sure that the model's answer emphasizes the things that you wanted to emphasize. And you know, you should try, I don't know whether it's the most recent version does this or not, but like, let's say if you have a somewhat of a long question, and if you change the ordering of your paragraph, it will also respond a little differently, right? So the emphasis a lot more of the end of your question than the beginning of your prompt to it. So I think it's got some, not exactly how human would read as well, because think about it, it's a sequence model, right? So it's like it's reading your prompt token by token. So it's got a little limitations, I would say, or just difference in how human process information and then generate information.
If AI was created like way earlier, do you think that things would seem more futuristic, or would it still seem the same?
Sorry, the question is, if AI was created earlier, like, you know, like would they still be the same or different in terms of how the role that AI plays now?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't know whether, you know, if AI, what it means by AI, if AI were created earlier. AI is really created on the shoulder of giants, right? And which, you know, unless we wanted our entire technology history to be rewritten, you know, I talk about data, right? Data, like think about if there were no internet, there's no ChatGPT, right? And we talk about the models and how big the models are. If there's no the advancements on compute, there's no ChatGPT, right? There's no like supercomputers, there's no ChatGPT. Like, so I think we have to really rewrite a lot of our technology in order for AI to come earlier. But again, that just means that we needed internet to start earlier. We needed, you know, our you know, computer chips to develop much faster over the years. So so hopefully that answered that question.
What do you? How do you think like AI will like further evolve once like technology like evolves even more faster? Like how do you think like it'll like influence how our society runs?
I think you can already start to see a glimpse of how AI is influencing people's life already, right? Sorry, I know that we are out of time, but great questions. Thank you, everyone. I'll take your question offline with you.
Here, I'll let
speaker. I want to just let you all know that there will be a LinkedIn workshop on Wednesday during ACT, so you can sign up on Teach More and make sure to bring your laptops and you guys can get set up at that workshop. My name is Excel Lonick and I will be introducing the next speaker. So I'm sure many of you have watched crime scene investigation shows like CSI, but today I have the pleasure to introduce a real forensic scientist who works as a DNA analysis in the Forensic Biology Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit for the Santa Clara District Attorney Crime Laboratory. His primary duties at the crime laboratory include assisting law enforcement in processing crime scenes for physical evidence, performing forensic DNA analysis, and providing expert witness testimonies in court. He is also taught as an adjunct instructor for forensic science at SGSU and local colleges in the Bay Area. He holds a BS in forensic science and a BS in chemistry from the University of New Haven in Connecticut. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Jeremiah Garrido.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, here you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate the introduction, and it's great to be here. How are you guys? Oh, wow. How are you? You could do better than that. Come on. I know it's Monday, but hey, I am excited to be here. I've been at the crime lab here in Santa Clara County for about 22, 23 years now, and to get to share what I do with you guys and how it's done, my goal is to show you my pathway into the crime lab, into forensic science, bring you inside the crime lab, a modern crime lab, and then kind of talk about how STEAM is used to solve cases. Because really, if forensics is a very broad topic and with a number of disciplines. So, I mean, we could go way beyond, the time slot here. So I want to give you a small snapshot. My contact info is right there. If you're in the theater or there's a streaming across the campus there, please feel free to email me anytime with questions. When I was in your shoes, I was wondering, hey, where am I going to go after this? What are the options out there? For me, when I was in your shoes, I liked science, I liked criminal justice, and forensics, guess what? That's really like the intersection of science and criminal justice. A lot of what I talk about is actually piggybacking off of what you're going to hear about during this 3 days. Okay, it's applying science. It's applying engineering. It's applying art. It's applying technology to investigations. Okay, I'm not an officer. I'm not sworn law enforcement. By trade, I'm a scientist. Okay, I work with law enforcement. I work with attorneys. But forensics, as you're going to see from my talk, really has a unique, very unique, multidisciplinary job. You're in the middle in the criminal justice system in a sense to provide information on the evidence here. Okay, so I look forward to sharing that with you. And my background is pretty much been covered already. I will just say this. We've come a heck of a long way with forensics. Since when I got in the field in late '99 and moved out here from New York in '01, it has gone, night and day difference as to what role the crime lab plays in a criminal investigation. Who's watched Dexter before? Or heard of Dexter? How about CSI? How about, Criminal Minds? Some of these shows are, before your time. But we have seen, at least since I've been in the field, a monumental awareness of what forensics can do in criminal investigations. And, what I want to talk to you guys about is the science behind that and what it takes to involved in this career. Okay, so my daily routine is working cases, criminal cases, in the examination of physical evidence, whether it's DNA, whether it's bloodstain pattern interpretation, whether it's in the laboratory or in the field. What do I mean by the field? What's the field? That's a crime scene, okay? And, that is when you think about it, it's a night and day difference in a sense, because using forensics at the crime scene, often working in a team environment, I may be working with law enforcement, detectives, police, patrol officers. I may be working with pathologists, so other trained forensic experts there. And pathologists often do a lot of the autopsies and looking at the body there. Okay, and as mentioned, part of being a forensic scientist is an educator, because at the end of my job, after the case is done, what do I have to go and do? I have to educate the jury. Okay, so testimony and communications really, it's an important part of this job. So think about it. You have to, obviously have some technical knowledge of the lab work. You have to work as a team. Sometimes I'm working independently in the lab, and then present that evidence in court. So when you think about this field, how many dimensions are to it? That's what I love about it. That all of the different dimensions to it. Okay, you don't see this on TV, or if you're talking, watching, or if you're online. If you're on, watching Netflix or whatever shows are portraying forensics, you don't get a sense of what a forensic scientist's job does. And I appreciate this production here and allowing me to share with you, because this is really kind of, when you look at a forensic scientist working in the crime lab, this is it right here. Working cases is pretty much my main, primary job. But what comes along with that is the quality control. How do you know, or the justice system and the courts know what I'm reporting out, and including a suspect on a DNA profile on a piece of evidence? How do we know that's accurate and reliable? So there's a tremendous amount of quality control. It's not that fun to watch on TV, so they don't show that on TV much, but it's a big part of my job. Another big part of any forensic laboratory is accreditation. There's international standards that we have to make up, or meet, rather. We're not making this up as we go along. So scientific methods that are used in the community, in the Bay Area, in the forensic community as a whole, is what we we are utilizing, and there's a lot that goes into that. Okay, so when I talk about the forensic cases, or the cases and how we solved it, you may think, hey, this is amazing technology, but I want you to get a sense for how much goes into these cases. Okay, and it's not just we solve a case by doing X, Y, and Z. There's a tremendous amount of quality assurance involved in this. Now, this is a good example. When was this picture taken? When was this crime scene? When did it occur? Anybody? It's your first investigative challenge. It is 1950. No, I did not take this. Okay. But, when you look at how far we've come, this picture was in 1950. All right, there is a knife in this individual's hand, and I know it's a knife. Why? because it says right there. We don't see that a whole lot too often. But think about how technology has changed since this picture was taken. What's different nowadays? We're in the digital age, high resolution images. If I wanted to, I could render this scene in 3 dimensions, okay, with a 3D laser scanner, which I'll talk about later. So we have monumental changes here. Technology's gotten a lot more sensitive. If you were an investigator or CSI or a forensic scientist like myself in this scene, in 1950, would you be as concerned about contamination as you would in 2023? No. Why? I mean, you didn't have the sensitive technology you have. You didn't have the ability to type DNA back in 1950. In 1950, how could you characterize biological evidence if there was blood on that knife? What was the best tool in the toolbox then? You would do blood typing, absolutely right. And think about it. If your suspect was the same blood type as the victim, how much info would that be? Not much. And, blood type is not that, powerful in human identification. So we've come a heck of a long way with the technology. So far, or so long, we've come so long, I can stand up here and say, and this even, blows my mind. I can stand in front of you and say, this is kind of where we're going here. Not to make anybody paranoid. We're getting into a time where if you're the officer or law enforcement, we may not need the suspect's DNA in a DNA database as long as who is in a database? A family member, okay? So, when you think about forensic analysis and criminal investigations and that career choice, how many investigations might you recall on this collage here? Or no? All of these, in some way or form, forensics was involved. Okay, this one is probably one of the biggest high profile right now. What state is this out of? That is Idaho, okay, where some of the newest, technology and analysis has been used. And this is the case that started it. Okay? Now, this case, if I really want to sum up how we've changed, how technology and STEAM has changed the game, this is it right here. Because this guy's moniker, this is one of the most prolific serial killers in history that was out free in Citrus Heights, right outside of Sacramento, until about 8 years ago. Joseph James DeAngelo, also known as the Grim Sleeper. I'm sorry, not the Grim Sleeper. That's a different serial killer. I got a lot going on up here. When you do what I do, but this is the Golden State Killer. Okay, again, this sums it up right here. We are talking about investigators using ancestry or familial DNA to find, eventually, Joseph James DeAngelo living as a free man in Citrus Heights after numerous homicides, numerous sexual assaults, property crimes, but the genealogy aspect. And again, STEAM, the science behind this, enormous amount of molecular biology, enormous amount of sequencing, the actual software involved in an open ancestry site like GEDmatch. Okay? So, big picture here. Forensic science, application of science to law. Who likes blood spatter interpretation? Who's familiar with that discipline? Okay, I get a lot of students that ask me, "Oh my gosh, in the past I watched Dexter." Dexter is a blood spatter interpretation. Blood spatter revolves around physics, fluid dynamics, a tremendous amount of math. Everybody's favorite math. Trigonometry. Who loves trigonometry? Oh, that's what I'm talking about, okay? Impact angles. I mean, I'm in good company here. But it is a broad term. you know, I work with forensic anthropologists. What do forensic anthropologists help me with? Human what? Bones, remains. Developing a profile of maybe age, gender of the remains there. How about an entomologist? There are some times where we have to work with entomologists. And entomologist looks really closely at what? Bugs, insects, okay? When would insects be relevant in a criminal investigation? Okay, maybe post-mortem interval, okay? Getting the time of death. But how about this? You have somebody that drives from Ohio to California and then back to Ohio. Why did they drive all the way out here and then drive back to Ohio? They killed several family members. That's why. And guess what? With very little physical evidence, and the suspect said, hey, I didn't drive anywhere out of Ohio. I was in Ohio the whole time, but there was proof he drove the rental car that he had from Ohio to California and back. And number one was the what? Mileage. Okay? And then, you're right. And then they looked at the grill of the vehicle, the air filter, and they saw not only insects that are native from states west of Ohio, but guess what? They were stacked in an order. Okay, so, you know, entomology has this time of pathology. Any future medical examiners? Again, a lot of different jobs here. For my job, minimum requirements, but I always recommend going above and beyond, is a minimum 4-year degree in science, whether it's forensics, chemistry, biology, and natural or physical science. It's very competitive. You know, the field is a lot more well known. You know, when I was in your shoes, there were only like 2 or 3 programs out there across the U.S. Now there's a lot of forensic science programs everywhere. You know, some of them require individual special chemistry or biology. And I kind of mentioned this, so I'll kind of skip over it for time, but I'm not a CSI. I respond to crime scenes as a forensic scientist, but I work with CSIs often. Some of you, and I get students that tell me, hey, I don't want to be in the lab. Well, hey, attending scenes or being in the field is very important to what the lab people do, like myself. You know, they are either sworn as police officers or they are civilians, you know, who have a background in science. Okay, I work, like I said, a lot with police officers, detectives. You know, they are investigating a case for whether it's an arson, whether it's a homicide, whether it's a robbery, and they are submitting, all of the evidence. They're talking to victims, suspect witnesses, and that's important. But I want to make it clear, crystal clear, the forensic scientist, what are we most what are we most concerned with in a case? One thing, evidence. Our whole universe revolves around evidence. So we are supporting, the criminal justice system and law enforcement and the attorneys with our evidence there. Okay. I mentioned medical examiner. Forensic psychologist or psychiatrist. This is a field that I often get asked about. These are trained psychologists or psychiatric trained doctors that are either looking at criminal behavior or offender behavior, whether the individual is incarcerated or not. Okay. Or working at prisons or jails. Forensic nurses. I have a lot of time that I spend training nurses that collect samples from victims or survivors of sexual assault cases. Okay? And that's super important to what we do in the crime lab. And then finally, bloodstain pattern analysts. Not like TV, just a couple of things I wanted to mention. You're not, and I did mention this already a little bit, you're not an officer. You're not a police officer. And that was important to me because I didn't want to be a police officer. I didn't want to be an attorney. Like I said, science, criminal justice, this field was for me. Thick skin, sense of humor, that definitely helps in this line of work. Unfortunately, do I see some things I don't want to see or that are disturbing? What do you think? I do. I've seen, when I say I've seen it all, then something else comes along. But, it's not easy, but it's one of those things that, hey, you got to make sure you're prepared for, and is a part of the job that is, and I don't want to scare anybody off, but it is manageable. Okay, I never like to see disturbing things, but it's part of the job, and you're so focused, to be honest with you, you're so focused on your job and doing things right, you think, less of how disturbing it is in context of everything. And obviously, salary-wise, we're in the Bay Area. It's not like high tech. It's more government work. This is a list of some of the agencies on here, whether it's the FBI, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Lab, there's military labs, there's Secret Service labs, a lot of opportunities for government work. Right here, just a little closer to home, my job on a daily basis is evidence collection at the crime scenes or working, DNA analysis on cases. Analyzing that evidence back at the lab, generating a report, which is always important because I'm going to go testify on that report. And I always tell people, before I started in this job, I probably had a bit more hair. Why would court be responsible for, losing a little bit of hair? It can be stressful, yeah. Your science is on, you have to defend the science. You have prosecution. You have the defense asking you questions. And it can be stressful. On top of that, you have to break down technical science to make it easy for the jury to understand. If I came up here and talked to you about polymerase chain reaction and all of the steps of X, Y, and Z, very technical, how quickly would you be, all right, I'm done? You have to really make technical scientific jargon a lot easier for the jury. So that can be a challenge too, and a little bit stressful. Big picture. This is, really what it's all about when you look at the crime lab and STEAM in a criminal investigation. And what I do is, assist in disproving theories, providing legal proof. Witness statements. Can witnesses get it wrong? Absolutely. Can they see things incorrectly because of, the traumatic experience, because of certain internal biases? Absolutely. So physical evidence is really what our bread and butter is here. Databases that have come along the way, or a long way. Reconstruction of crime scenes, whether it's blood spatter or a trajectory of a bullet, that bullet path, indicating the shooter was up high or down low. Okay, and I kind of mentioned my lab. Here's our lab in Guadalupe and Heading downtown, and like I said, we service the entire county of Santa Clara and the public safety agencies, whether it's a fire department who's investigating an arson or a police agency investigating a homicide. So let's go into crime lab. What tools are in the toolbox? Trace evidence. We have a full-on trace evidence lab. If you're a criminalist in this role, you have a background in chemistry. You have a background in organic chemistry, physical chemistry, and you're analyzing whether it's a hit-and-run case where you have paint or glass or fibers or gunshot residue. So a tremendous amount of kind of material science there. If we are at the crime scene, our crime scene unit, and I'll just play a clip of this. This is our ability to render a 3D model of our crime scene. And again, in 2023, we're in the digital age here, we can get new and novel looks at a crime scene that we could never get before. Even being at the crime scene, you can't get some of the new and novel looks that we can. Anybody want to take a guess on what is showing out of that window? That is, yes, that's a 3D rendering of a bullet traveling outside of that window. The occupant in this home was shooting out at police before they were taken into custody. But what's better than to bring somebody into a crime scene? I can show you pictures of a crime scene. I can actually, show you a video, but to walk you through it like this and give you the same vantage point you would have if you were there is pretty amazing in 2023. We can embed images. There's a luminol. It's hard to see there, but it's a blue reaction with a chemical that detects blood that's been cleaned up. It's going to zoom out, and we'll go to a blood pool, I believe. Well, there it is. We can actually look from above, take the roof off of this structure right here, and it's going to zoom into a blood pool where I could embed the DNA results and click on that blood pool, and there are my DNA results. What ultimately is this going to do? This is going to tell the story to who? The jury, exactly. Okay, the oldest, most well-known forensic method out there, fingerprints. On TV, you see black powder, pretty much that's it. Maybe fuming techniques. We go way above that. A lot of analysts have degrees in chemistry and forensic science. You can't process a car window for fingerprints like you can duct tape. Okay? This is a ransom note right here. Okay? Somebody bound the victim with duct tape and took them for ransom. Okay? We have the duct tape, which has a lot of chemistry as far as the strategy to develop prints on the duct tape, because you have adhesive and smooth, and then you have this ransom note. Narcotics. Being that I do DNA testing in the crime lab, I see a lot of overlap with narcotics and sexual assault investigations, especially using some of these drugs here. Or the most commonly used drug in a drug-facilitated sexual assault is alcohol. We have toxicology. Celebrity deaths. Celebrity deaths are relying or waiting on the toxicology results, blood, the urine, that can help assess the manner of death, whether it's a homicide or accidental poisons or whatever. But toxicology, again, strong background in chemistry. Our firearms unit, we do a tremendous amount of work with firearms in our lab. 4,000 firearms in our gun. It's basically what do we refer to as a gun vault or reference collection. There you go. So if we have a gun used that's a very rare gun, or we want to find how it works, we can utilize that reference collection there. But a lot of our analysts spend a lot of time under the microscope. Who likes microscopes? All right. Yeah, this is a lot of microscopes that are looking at 3D imperfections in the bullets there. Distance determination. Okay, the individual that reported this said his gun accidentally discharged when he went to clean the gun. It accidentally discharged, and a loved one was 6 feet away. What's wrong with the story here? The burning of the skin, the wound pathology. This is just an example. When you look at steam in something like this, in the scientific method, he's saying it's 6 feet. The injuries are saying a lot less than 6 feet. We don't know. So scientific method. All right, who's heard of the scientific method before? I hope a lot of people here. I know a lot of people that aren't hadn't heard of it before. But we have to set up experiments. Our theory hypothesis is that it's probably 1 to 3 inches away. But we have to set up an experiment. So we get pigskin and actually shoot into the pigskin and look at this pattern. We do some chemical methods for lead, and guess what? We determined it was 1 to 3 inches. The digital age, here we are. We live in a world where, our phones or tablets or digital devices they so much of us. Our patterns. Okay, what am I wearing here? How many of you are wearing a wearable device right now? That's a digital wearable device, whether it's an Apple, Samsung, whatever. What is this tracking right here? It's tracking time, which is definitely why I wear it. You're right. What else? I think my heart rate was captured there because I was kind of nervous when I'm still nervous, but it's going fast right now. Okay. What else is it capturing? My location, my steps. Okay, so there's a lot of information for an investigation in the digital age that can be very, very helpful. Okay, one thing that we often get, in addition to cell phones, video. Sometimes we get really bad video, and the cops think it's like TV, and they want to enhance a video that has really there's no possibility like this. This is an older example, but I mean, the officer wanted us to zoom in on the license plate. And I'm looking at, is this the same thing? Is he looking at the same thing I am? So we zoomed in a little bit, and after he saw this, guess what? He was excited. He said, keep going. Keep working on it. So we zoomed in, the car there, and now he's so excited, believe it or not, he wants to zoom in to get the driver's face. I thought, he's got to be looking. So we zoom in a little more. Is this looking clear? This is license right here. When we actually zoomed in all the way, it was this. Okay, so not even close. But on TV, they had been watching, and it was that. Okay, in the digital, especially with digital images, the info, we can't just make it up here. Question documents. This is actually a discipline that you see very less of because we're in the digital age. People are printing things, and a lot of communication is digital. I'll wait for it. I wait for it. This is a great, one of the cases to kind of mention here with STEAM, because we're in a point with STEAM criminal investigations where I stand up here and say every contact leaves a trace. This highlights. This is a case where murder occurred in a home. There was a suspect that broke into a home, badly injured the victim, was on top of the victim, and the victim would have died if this dog didn't come into the kitchen and find the suspect on top of the victim and do what? Bite him. Okay. So Maya, this is a story about Maya, 4-year-old pit bull. Maya very protective of her owner, bites the suspect. Suspect gets out of the house. 2 officers arrive on scene. Okay, how did the dog hurt them? The dog went to bite them. In fact, this is how crazy it got. One of the officers had to take out his firearm because he didn't know if the dog was going to attack him. So that's how crazy it got. The family member of the victim is awake because it's early in the morning, jumps on the dog, pins the dog down. Now, imagine this. Officers putting the gun back in their waistband there, a holster. They see the dog. The dog is showing its teeth. Hair is standing up on its back. It's partially pinned down by the family member. And guess what these 2 officers see in the dog's mouth? They see faint pink stains that ended up being blood. So their idea was what? We want that blood, and they grabbed from their kit, from their CSI kit in the trunk of their car, 10 swabs, because the dog kept eating them. Okay? And they swab, I'm not making this up, you can't make this up, they swab the inside of this dog's mouth. Okay? We get an unknown male DNA profile, and it hits in the DNA database. Okay? So, again, we've come a heck of a long way. And even animal cruelty cases. You know, there's a case, for lack of time or to save time, I'll just kind of highlight this. But this is a huge steam here. We had a cat killer, serial cat killer on the loose in the Cambrian area. Anybody hear about this a few years back? Okay? I mean, whether you're a dog person or a cat person, I mean, this was absolutely horrific. You had somebody in this development mutilating, torturing cats. There were 30 to 40 reports of people's cats missing in this neighborhood. Okay, I had to end up going, this was the first time I was faced with this, not to the crime scene, not to the medical examiner's office to collect the body, but I had to go to Animal Care Services, the city veterinarian, and collect evidence off of 4 victims, cat victims, of a brutal torture. Okay, so what did I do? I ended up collecting with the doctor, Dr. Sharon Osterman, who's trained at UC Davis in forensics. She collected the nail clippings from each cat's paw. Guess what this guy had on him when they got to him? A ton of what? Scratches. So he was found in his vehicle by police in that area. They bring him out of the car. He had scratches all over him. Cats were all in the car. Blood was in the car. Cat collars were in the car. And I hate to tell you, in the center console of the car was a deceased cat. Also with him. Very bizarre case. But my point is, you know, we had the criminal side, all right? So me and my colleague Michelle, we had a forensic analyst or another criminalist from UC Davis because we wanted to know how many cats did this guy kill. There's about 30 to 40 reports, but we only have 4 deceased cats so far. And we did DNA testing on blood in his car and determined DNA from over 20 cats in the car. One of the highest animal cruelty sentences in our county. 16-year sentence. I had never seen a case like it. Never had where new technology. What do you think? We did a tremendous amount of work in that case, but applying STEAM for animal cruelty. I've never had a case like that before, so it was a tremendous, exciting one. Okay, I'm going to, depending on how much time we have, we'll end here. And definitely we'll end here, and I'd be happy to take questions. Okay? Quick summary. This is a very violent crime. This occurred in 2018. Karen didn't show up for work. Her best friend and colleague at work, after 2-3 days, went to check on her. Finds her and reports her. Well, she didn't get a really good look at her, thankfully, but Karen had a very traumatic slice in her neck, and she had a knife in her hand, and she's sitting there at the kitchen table. Okay? She's clutching that knife. Her throat is cut. Bedroom and kitchen doors were open. Front doors unlocked. Okay? There was consideration in this case. She has the knife in her hand. Perhaps she took her own life. Okay? Back and forth, law enforcement went, and then they said, hey, come out, check out this scene. So our laboratory responded to this home, and it was very odd. Karen wasn't depressed. She had no signs that she would ever, take her life. In fact, it was the opposite. She was, happy with work. She was almost going to retire, so she was excited about retirement. So this is her home. Now, Karen lived right near her parents. Her 2 parents. One parent is 86, her mother, biological mother. Her stepfather, who's there, married to her biological mother, lives there as well, and he's 90. Okay, so they're elderly. She checks on them a lot. Now, I want to give you some Ring doorbell footage from a neighborhood home, and this is really hard to see in this format here, but this is our victim's home right here. Okay, so she is visited by her stepfather, according to stepdad. Stepdad says, I saw her at 3 p.m., and then I left around 3:30. The Sunday before she doesn't show up for work, right? Monday comes along, she doesn't show up for work. This is, she says, I saw her from 3 to 3:30 on Sunday, and guess what? His story is proven by how? Can you see that in there? Very hard to see, but there's a car in the driveway. That is Tony's car. Anthony Aiello is her stepdad, 90 years old, and his car is there when he says it's there. Okay? Check. Now, Karen had on her wrist, did anybody see that next slide? Okay. She had a Fitbit on. And check this out. The data on the Fitbit indicates, okay, our digital forensics team worked with Fitbit. Fitbit is located out of San Francisco and was getting ready to testify in this case as well when it unfolded. But Fitbit indicated she died at 3:25. When who was there? The stepdad. 90-year-old stepdad was taken into custody for the murder of Karen Navarro. Okay? So, take care. Thank you. Quick. Email me any questions. All right. Yeah.
what we're doing is we're investigating some of the cellular mechanisms for Parkinson's. Okay, so first, some more background information on the molecular basis of Parkinson's. What Parkinson's is it's caused by these clumps of misfolded alpha-synuclein proteins. And when these proteins are misfolded and clumped together in structures called Lewy bodies, they become really toxic. The toxicity ends up killing the brain cell they're in. But there's another layer to that. It's not just the protein, it's when these Lewy bodies start interacting with monounsaturated fatty acids. Through this interaction, they become more toxic and therefore kill the cell. So this diagram shows like a typical hospital where you have the proteins, they clump together, they interact with monounsaturated fatty acids, and then they become toxic. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take out that middle step, the monounsaturated fatty acid step. And monounsaturated fatty acids are produced primarily by this other enzyme called SED1. So if we're taking out the enzyme that creates monounsaturated fatty acids, decreasing the concentration of monounsaturated fatty acids in the brain, we are hoping to alleviate some of the toxicity caused by misfolded alpha-synuclein proteins. So this is just another diagram of what our project is about. As you can see, when the proteins interact with our monounsaturated fatty acids, they become more toxic. Our goal is all about inhibiting the production of monounsaturated fatty acids. The next logical question is, of course, how are we going to inhibit this production? Of course. And that is actually done through competitive inhibition. And if you guys have taken AP Bio or Bio Honors, you may have talked about this already. But how this works is we have our enzyme, or in our wonderful analogy, a turtle, and it eats jellyfish. And that's the normal way the world works. What we're doing is we're introducing a plastic bag in the situation, something that looks a lot like what the enzyme is supposed to consume, but not quite it. So when we introduce a plastic bag into this situation, it stops the turtle or our enzyme from processing what it's supposed to, which is the fatty acid. Instead, with this new inhibitor, we're stopping the turtle from eating more jellyfish. And that's what our competitor inhibitor is about.
Okay, so now that Audrey has given you guys a pretty good explanation as to some background information, let's talk about what our project did that was completely new. So essentially, we're trying to synthesize 7 new and novel analogs of SED1 inhibitors. Or in this analogy, that would be these plastic bags that are like kind of wrapping around the turtles. And so what we did is we looked at one specific compound, and then we just changed a specific part of that structure and looked at how changing that structure, or the R group here, would affect its efficacy in terms of inhibiting SED1. So as you can see here, these are our 7 novel analogs. And the only thing that's really changing is that part of the structure that's in the red circle. And so again, we're just trying to look at how changing that red circle is going to change the compound's binding efficacy. And so we split up our project into 3 main steps. So first, molecular docking. So essentially what this step is all about is we are looking at how the computer thinks our compounds are going to bind to SED1 and then look at their binding efficacies. From there, we are also going to further validate our results by using chemistry to synthesize all 7 of our analogs and again, test them in cells. See how biologically they would work. So here is what an example of some of our molecular docking results look like. This is pretty complicated, but what we're looking at here is our best working compound, p-toluol, which is that green highlighted compound over there, B or C, and it is bound to our protein, SED1, which is this yellow squiggly thing right here. And as you can see, molecular docking is really useful because it tells us where exactly it's being bound to and what conformation it is. And so here's a here's a chart of our results. So this looks pretty confusing, but it's really not, because these negative binding affinities here just tell you that the more negative it is, the better compound binds to SED1. Or in other words, the better your analog is attaching to SED1 or enzyme, the better it is at inhibiting it. And so we see here that we looked at control, which was MF438. And that is a commercially available SCD1 inhibitor. And as you might notice, all of our compounds performed better than our control, which is pretty impressive considering that we're looking at commercially available SCD1 inhibitors here. And that's pretty promising. So this graph right here kind of just shows you those same results except in a graphical format. The blue circled compound is our p-tolulyl analog, and that was our best working compound. And as you can see, that structure right there has a smaller R group. It's a little bit hard to tell, but if you look at the compound that's right next to it, 3,4-difluorobenzoyl analog, you'll notice that that compound has a bigger R group. So Audrey's going to tell you some more about why these changes in R groups led to their different binding properties.
Okay, cool. So if you would look at this figure on the right, you can see that there's a green analog and a pink analog, and they're nearly identical in the way they're binding to SCD1. Those are our two best working compounds. Using molecular docking, we're able to understand how our analogs are chemically interacting with the different amino acids in SCD1 and determine why it's so effective at binding. And as you can see, because of this nearly identical overlap, we found a conformation that works pretty well. You can contrast that to our worst working analog, which is the 3,4-difluorobenzoyl analog, which is this whitish gray color. You can kind of see that this side that's protruding out from the ideal conformation from the green and pink analog. Using conclusions like this, using conclusions we're drawing from molecular docking, we can further modify the analogs we're creating. We can take a look at the R groups, the smaller R groups that protrude less from SCD1 and build on top of those analogs.
All right, so now that we've kind of established our molecular docking results, what we did next was we stepped into chemistry, and we synthesized our compounds. So this looks pretty complicated, but what it's essentially telling you is how we synthesize our compounds. It's our chemical route. And that first reaction is an acylation reaction, and then the second reaction is a Bock removal reaction, third one is double condensation, and then fourth one is just a regular EDC coupling. We did run into a little bit of trouble with that last step, number 4, right there, but we are currently troubleshooting, and we're planning on using different reagents. Okay, and on to future research.
So really quickly, what we're doing this year is we're synthesizing the remainder of our compounds, and then what we can do is we can test them in real cells. So we treat our cells with our analogs, and then what we do is we extract the lipids from our cells. And using a machine called an LCMS, we can quantify how much monounsaturated fatty acids are present in the cells. Ideally, we'd want to see a significant decrease. And using those results, we can kind of pair the results we've gotten from our chemistry and from our computer modeling with the results we're getting from our cellular tests.
And so to tie this all back into why our project is important, what we're essentially telling you is that through lipid metabolism, we're able to look at how we can get a new cure for Parkinson's and potentially save millions of people.
Does anyone have any questions?
Is there a reason that the commercially available inhibitor right now is so low in terms of efficacy? Is there dangers associated with having a really high efficacy, or is it just nobody has tried it before?
The danger isn't associated with the efficacy. We've kind of seen issues with the synthesis route, so if we were to mass produce it, wouldn't be as effective. And of course, we're just trying to build on top of existing literature to make existing analogs more effective.
Adding on to that, by looking at how your changing the structure, you're able to create a structure-activity relationship, which essentially just tells you like how you can further improve your analogs in the future. Like,
Hi, Bridget. Hi, Audrey. Is your eventual goal to test this in Parkinson's patients?
So if we were like PhD students with a lot of money, then yes, maybe. With our resources, that is definitely not a feasible thing. I don't think we could get FDA approval for that. But if we found promising results, we'd hope that other scientists would be able to take information from our structure-activity relationship about which R groups might be the most effective and use that to build on existing knowledge about SCD1 inhibition.
And how long have you guys been working on this?
we started this project last year in ASI, so I would say like around 1.5 years.
I was wondering what made you specifically target lipids, because the presence of the other proteins that can be toxic, isn't it possible that if your inhibitors were not to get to all the cells or they weren't to function properly in some cases, that the proteins could still cause the damage? Like, why did you target lipids as opposed to the proteins causing the toxicity?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now, Parkinson's and like a lot of other neurodegenerative diseases, the field is kind of dominated by like gene therapies, for instance. But lipid metabolism is something that hasn't really been studied that much until recently, like maybe 2012 or so. And so what we're trying to do is look at a new way to target like the protein for Parkinson's. And then your question was, why SCD1? Or?
Yeah, so, well, if you look at like current developments in Parkinson's treatments that target alpha-synuclein directly or something like that are like rather aggressive, given that a lot of these mechanisms that we have that we're trying to inhibit are also essential for function. So it's really about finding a balance in inhibiting something that we need, so we can't inhibit it all the way, but inhibiting it enough that we see significant improvements in symptoms.
What are some ways people get Parkinson's? Like, is it only just born with, or?
So that's actually a big thing we don't know about Parkinson's. We do know that there are some genetic links. There may be some environmental factors, but scientists do not know one cause of Parkinson's.
Okay, now Carter's gonna go up and show his presentation.
Okay. Hi everybody, my name is Carter Capetz, and today I'll be sharing with you guys the research that I've done throughout high school, and then also some ways that I can see high schoolers being able to engage in research. So my first research experience started last year in ASI when I decided to study sustainable polymers. And this was mostly motivated because I was really inspired by the chemistry course I had taken the previous year, and I also wanted to tie in my value of environmentalism, and so discovering plastic alternatives seemed like the perfect place to start my work. For some motivation and goals of the research, we all know that plastic pollution is detrimental for the environment. It really hurts all sorts of ecosystems. And one key thing that I want everybody to kind of walk away from this talk is that recyclability is something that needs to be initially designed into a material. So for example, you can't take a plastic bag and do something to it to make it recyclable. Materials have to be designed to be recyclable in the first place, and so that's why research into alternatives to plastic is so important. So the main goal in this research was, one, to explore green chemistry, something I hadn't really explored to begin with, and also this being my first research experience, I wanted to try to figure out how I could fit into the equation of research as a high schooler. And I also wanted to make sure that this opportunity was mostly used for learning. So I wanted to learn as much as I could, and I wasn't so worried about revolutionizing anything or making any completely new material. I'm sure there's high schoolers out there who can go out and make major changes to the world on their first steps, but I wanted to take a little more cautious of a first step, so my priority was to learn as much as I could to begin with. So the specific type of plastic alternative I looked into were sustainable polymers. And basically, you can think of a polymer as a long chain of a bunch of small parts, and the small parts are called monomers. And the specific type of polymers, or the polymerization that I employed, was something called ring opening polymerization, which is just present in a lot of research for sustainable polymers. And the monomers that I selected were naturally occurring, so ones that you can find in fruits, and also are, like, the production of these monomers are quite friendly to the environment. And so the specific monomers I selected were delta-decalactone and L-lactide. So this is kind of the main chemical equation of the research that I looked at. So we can see delta-decalactone, the original monomer here, and I polymerized it, so that ring that we see here kind of gets opened, and those repeat on and on to make this long polymer. The only problem with this polymer is that it ends up being a liquid, so in order to kind of instill some of those mechanical properties that I would want inside this material, I added on L-lactide end blocks to create this final polymer. And those are some pictures of what the lab procedure kind of looked like. So for the results of this research, I was able to successfully create the polymer that I set out to create, and I was really lucky to be able to present my findings not only like locally, but also when the ASI class got to travel to the UK. It was really fun to present some of these findings to students that were similar ages. And also just through this year of experience, I gained a much better understanding of research, what research was like. I really had no idea what I was walking into in the beginning of ASI, so I felt like I learned a lot. And I realized that research was something that I really cared about, and so I was really excited to keep on pursuing it into the summer. I applied to a bunch of summer programs, and I ended up being able to continue my research at UC Santa Barbara. And at UC Santa Barbara, I kind of took a turn in a completely different direction where I studied tensorized neural networks, which is a little bit different. So just for some motivation and goals, when I walked into the summer, I knew I wanted to study something challenging and something different than I had before. And then also, last year, or in the previous year, I had used the opportunity to learn as much about myself and how I fit into research. So this time I wanted to see if I could actually try and make a meaningful contribution to the scientific community. So basically what that meant was that I was going to try and find an area specific enough where I could actually try and improve upon the existing research of professionals. And the problem that I ended up selecting to try and solve was solving difficult problems on devices that have limited resources. So a quick example of this can be seen on on edge or embedded processors on autonomous vehicles. We know that autonomous vehicles, in order to actually be able to drive on their own, is an extremely difficult task, and there's a lot of calculations, there's a lot of problems and equations that they have to solve. But the thing is, all those little processors all over the car don't have that much memory, they don't have that much computational power. So it kind of raises the question, how can we efficiently solve these sorts of equations, run these predictions, all on a device that is very small and very limited in power? So some of the work that I did, I can just go over it quickly because it's a little specific, but this is a simplification of the main neural network that I had created. These were some of the key equations that I was looking at throughout the research. It was cool. I was able to create a poster of my findings and also write a paper that I'm working on publishing. And I ended up being successful in my goal of trying to contribute to the scientific community. I had taken a pretty significant step forward from what I'd seen in existing research, which was really cool. But when it came time for me to share my findings, even if it was just with other members at this program or with the ASI class back in Los Altos, I realized it was a little bit difficult to share what I had done just because of how specific it ended up being. And so with that learning, I'm moving into this year to study synthesis of my previous two research experiences, which is looking into solar cells or perovskite photovoltaics. And so the main goal I have is, one, to try and find a balance between making meaningful contributions to the scientific community whilst also being closely connected to the impacts of my work. So when I did work on like the solving difficult equations on resource-constrained devices, it was hard to explain to people how connected I was to the actual impacts of the research. So I wanted to kind of move a little bit closer towards that side. And also this provided a really good opportunity for me to synthesize my interests in both material science and computer science. So just some kind of explanation of what this all means. Perovskites are this material that have kind of shown themselves to actually be improvements over the traditional silicon semiconductors that are used throughout solar cells that we see in the modern day. The only problem is that they're far from optimized to be able to actually be put into the real world. So what I want to do is try and use computer science and specifically machine learning to help me optimize the process in order to help me initiate and put these perovskites into actual scalable manufacturing for the real world. And that's kind of like what a workflow can look like. So this kind of allows me to move into how a high schooler can engage in research. And so I think there's 3 main keys for high schoolers to be able to participate in research effectively. And the first step is to really try and foster a curious mindset. This is, I think, a key thing not only inside of research, but just throughout any intellectual exploration. I think it's very important for people to develop a curious mindset. So wherever you go, whether you're in class or listening to a podcast or whatever it may be, being used to finding questions, finding things that you don't 100% understand, and being comfortable, chasing down the answers to that. For me, fostering a curious mindset also kind of looked like drawing inspiration from all sorts of places. One place I really like to draw inspiration from is sources of media. Growing up, I had loved watching all sorts of chemistry or computer science videos on YouTube, and so that kind of helped me feel comfortable moving into research as a high schooler. Secondly, once you kind of get used to answering these questions and chasing down answers, you're bound to reach resources, articles, papers written by professionals. And another key thing that we're taught in advanced scientific investigations, which I think is a super valuable life skill, is being used to reaching out to professionals. So there's so many articles out there, there's so many professionals out there, and they're literally just an email away. You can send so many out, you're not bound to get responses from all of them, but expressing your interest in their work, saying that their work really inspired you to chase down these answers, can be really, really effective. You can set up all sorts of meetings and be able to chat with them and learn so much more than you ever could inside just a classroom. And finally, I think it's very important to search for opportunities as tenaciously as you can. Los Altos High School, we're so lucky to have this ASI class. It's an amazing and super unique opportunity, and I'm so glad that there are continual efforts to try and grow this class to make it accessible to as many people as possible. And if it's not ASI, then there's also countless summer programs out there for anybody to apply to, or internships throughout the year to try and conduct research for those institutions or with a mentor or with some guidance. And if you are curious enough, if you're used to chasing down answers, and you are comfortable with reaching out to professionals, there's no reason why you can't pursue research individually, even outside of all sorts of these programs. So with that being said, I'll be happy to take any questions.
What would you say are going to be your next steps in your research if you're planning to do anything more?
Yeah, so the research that I'm looking into right now is this sort of stuff with solar cells. So I've been talking to a few groups at Stanford to see what they're working on and how I might be able to contribute to their lab and their effort. And so to go more into the specifics of this, as I kind of mentioned, there's these perovskites which are they can be more efficient than what's out there right now. There's just a lot of problems with their stability and whatnot. And so this specific lab kind of looks at a very unique way of manufacturing these solar cells. And so what I'm looking to do is, help contribute to them to try and optimize this process in order to make sure that we can produce the most stable solar cells as possible so that they can go out into manufacturing into the real world as fast as possible.
Is how is this going to work for one-time use plastics and stuff?
It's the sustainable polymers. So the research that I did last year, this one, the main goal, as I kind of mentioned, was just mostly as a learning experience. So I didn't focus as much as I could have on the actual implementation in the real world, but basically how how this research would kind of implement itself into the real world would kind of look like taking some more time to select other monomers within these families to really customize the mechanical properties of the final material so that you can specify which kind of plastics you're looking to create a substitute for.
Quick question: How much more efficiency are you getting out of perovskites versus silicon? Like, is it more cost effective? How long does it last?
Oh, so for the to answer your question about efficiency, perovskites in theory reach maybe 5 to 10% higher than silicon. The only problem is actually when you try and create a stable version of it that can last for a long time, then those efficiencies go down. I know that the current research from this group, they have produced something with around 19% conversion efficiency, and then that's to keep in mind that the theoretical maximum for anything to convert light into solar energy into electrical energy is around 33%. I know you, did you have any other parts of that question? Or? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Now let's welcome Matthew Kim on a transition to a more AI-based project.
There we go. Hi, I'm Matthew. I'm a senior, as Josephine said, and I am presenting on artificial intelligence and subtle biases. So first I'll go over the background of my project, some definitions, some stuff like that. Second, I'll go into the specific research I did last year and my results, etc. And third, I'll go into why I think my research is important and why I think that y'all hopefully should be interested in stuff like this. So, first of all, this is ChatGPT. I'm sure y'all have used it to, cheat on your homework or something. So you can put in a ton of things, like you can tell it to make up stories or design databases, as it says. You can tell it to make up code. You can tell it to write poetry, pretty much anything, and it'll respond in natural, English or other languages, natural language. And it was released last year, and it was all over the news because it's a massive improvement in technology, and as all of y'all who have used it know, it's incredibly impressive. But there's a problem, which is that ChatGPT and other systems like it are trained on the internet, and the internet has a lot of bad stuff in it. So as you can see here, each dot on this represents 1 point that represents 1 point of training data. And as you can see here, about 2 to 3% of the points are categorized by an AI model as highly toxic. And so that could include things that are racist or sexist, or include hate speech of some kind, or just toxic in some other way. And so, as you know, when a non-trivial amount of the data that's going into this AI system like ChatGPT is toxic, then AI systems like ChatGPT are bound to produce things that could be toxic, that could be hateful, or represent societal biases in other ways. And that's a problem that my goal is to mitigate, as well as the goals of many other researchers. So the specific type of hateful speech that I'm looking into in my project is called a microaggression. Maybe y'all have heard of it, but if you haven't, it's a casual remark, question, or nonverbal action that has to do with the person's membership in a group that's discriminated against. And they're often casual, and they're frequent, and they often are said without any harm intended. A classic example that I like to use is somebody walking up to me after this presentation and saying, "Hey, you spoke really good English," which is great. That might be a nice compliment to an English language learner, for example. But to me, even though it sounds like a compliment, underlying that is an assumption that Asian people like me are not inherently good at English, and that it's an accomplishment when we are as good at English as a white person is supposed to be. And so microaggressions like these, as you can tell, they're not intended. They're not like outright hate speech where somebody intends, knows what they're doing. It's more like a casual slight, but it can still often hurt, and it still reflects the same societal biases. And so here are some examples of GPT-3 of microaggressions. So here's the first one. So every week the Mexicans come in ... ChatGPT autocompletes that with clean the pool, which is obviously based on an assumption that that Mexican people mainly do domestic work, which is harmful and false and obviously not so great that ChatGPT thinks that. Here's another one. You're Asian. So you must be smart, hardworking, and good at math. Ask my calculus teacher, that is not true. But this obviously is also based on assumptions about Asian people, and even though it might seem like a compliment, it underlies some pretty toxic assumptions. So my goal is to make sure that ChatGPT at least knows what's outputting things like this. As I mentioned, there's been a lot of research recently into toxicity and AI, but much of that work has regarded more explicit language like hate speech. Oftentimes, that could be like a manifesto of some kind, or something that includes like hallmarks of like outright abject hatred. So I fed thousands of similar examples into an AI system and told that AI to classify what is and what isn't a microaggression if I give it something new. So. And then the next step, once I had a model that hopefully could detect microaggressions, was to evaluate systems like ChatGPT using them. So what I did was I had ChatGPT taken I believe 10,000 random sentence starters scraped from the internet and say, okay, now add about a sentence or two onto that. And once I did that, I had very many AI-generated random sentences, or like a few sentences. And so what I did once I had all of these random AI-generated sentences was I fed them into the microaggression detection model that I talked about here and told it to classify all of these to say, is that a microaggression or is it not? And so here are my results on that apparatus. The model is actually quite accurate, about 94% accurate, and it detected many examples of potential microaggressions. One microaggression that was completed by ChatGPT that it caught was basically along the lines of, so is your real name that, or what's your name, which could obviously have either racist or transphobic implications about someone's real name being different than the name that they go by. And so it was pretty good in catching some microaggression examples, but it was also pretty bad. And there are a couple reasons why, or a couple big reasons. The first one is that potential microaggressions, as it says here, often mentioned identity over actual sort of like aggressiveness, sorry. And so an example is Latinos are Wisconsin's largest minority group, ... And it went on with some pretty dry demographic information, but for some reason the AI system thought that was a microaggression. And the reason why I believe it did is because when you're looking at like explicit hate speech, which is a lot, like I said, we can latch on to like the slurs, and you can latch onto the swear words and the indicators that something is very mean-spirited and racist. But you don't necessarily know that if you're looking at microaggression, because they often seem neutral or even positive, as stated. And so I believe that it was latching onto some words like Latino, female to identify, because microaggressions often include indicators of identity. And obviously that some microaggressions do use those languages, but not all microaggressions do, and a lot of microaggressions don't use that language. And so this is catching a lot of false positives, which is unfortunate. Second problem is that my current apparatus neglects the fact that there's context surrounding a microaggression. So as I mentioned, you speak good English. That could be a great compliment to somebody who's an English second language learner. But to me, it's not really a compliment, at least not fully. And so right now, we're only really, as I mentioned, we're only really categorizing sentences. We're not categorizing the context surrounding each sentence and each situation. It's something that I want to go to in this year as I continue my research, looking into how to include context in these detections so that we can have the full idea of what a microaggression is. And so now that we have sort of all of that information about my research on, let's talk about why I decided to do it and why I think it's important. So as I mentioned here, AI has the potential to become the future of the way that we interact with technology and each other. AI might become our future therapists, and I hope we're not this lonely, but it could become our future friends, the way that we interact with pretty much anything related to tech. And so, as I'm sure y'all have seen with ChatGPT, with services that generate images, etc. And so my goal is to make it safer for people to be able to interact with this technology. If there's one thing that Silicon Valley and tech innovators aren't known for, it's slowing down and saying, hey, wait, so is what we're doing actually good? They'll just plow through and keep innovating, and it's the researcher's job often to say, okay, well, maybe we should take a minute to say, this needs to be safer. And thankfully, a lot of AI companies like OpenAI, which created ChatGPT, are being much more wary of safety, and they have entire safety teams. But having researchers that are entirely dedicated to this kind of work is super important, because otherwise these AI systems might keep generating hateful speech, might keep generating microaggressions. And that is very problematic, because as all kinds of people continue to interface with technology, if it's perpetuating the same societal biases that it was trained on, then the future that we enter into will not be safe for certain kinds of people. And so I hope if there's one thing you take away, maybe a lot of the stuff I talked about just flew over your head, but if there's one thing I hope that you take away from this speech, it's that if you're interested in AI in any way, or you're interested in, if you have a stake in making the future safer, I hope that you at least consider joining ASI. I hope that you consider researching AI if you're interested in it, because there's a very likely chance that it will become the way, like I said, that we interact with each other and in the future. And if it is not safe, and there aren't researchers going into the future that are willing to help, then it's not looking so great for us. Yeah. So, any questions?
So I think most of us know like the controversy like surrounding AI replacing humans, like AI art, AI writing, etc. So what's your opinion on that, and how do you think your research might affect that?
But personally, it's hard for me to get to that, because AI, I believe, it will be very difficult, if not impossible, and like I don't think that AI will ever really gain like a consciousness. Like we are just like AI can entirely approximate like a really sad piece of poetry, but AI will never feel the sadness of a breakup or a loss of some kind. And so I think that even though AI will be able to approximate humanity in its ability to create art, its ability to write, etc., I don't think AI will ever be able to supplant humanity, for the sole reason that we as humans have feelings, we are conscious, and computers probably will never be conscious, or if they will, that's a problem we have to worry about later. And so I think that, I mean, I can't make any predictions because this is not my field of area of research. I only know about like AI supplanting humans and stuff because I've listened to some podcasts. But I think that if AI does replace humans, or in the more likely chance that it simply gets really good at doing the things that humans can do, then it's going to be problematic if these AI systems do include the same systemic biases that have plagued humanity for so long. And so my goal is, regardless of that controversy, make sure that AI is safe and that it is safe for all people.
Matthew.
Thank you.
I have a question. What's your definition about consciousness?
Oh, like consciousness? So I consider that as